Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the SAB Radionuclide Cancer Risk Coefficient Review Panel meeting. Before we start, I would like to take the roll call first. Dr. Yiling Shu,
Present.
Dr. Maya Dilashvili,
Present.
Dr. Roland Banky,
Present.
Dr. Harry Coorings,
Present.
Dr. Mark Little, Dr. Jin Hua Mao,
Present.
Dr. Bruce Napier,
Present.
Dr. Ruth Pfeiffer,
Present.
Dr. Daniel Stram,
Present.
Dr. Daniel Strong,
Present.
Dr. Wei Shu Wang,
Present.
Dr. Gail Woloschuk,
Here.
Dr. Lydia Sabraska.
Present.
Very good. And now we'll see who's here for the remote participation. Dr. Eric Grant. Doesn't look like he's here yet. Dr. Steve Simon.
Present. Present.
Thank you. Maybe Eric will join us later. Now, I would like to turn the meeting over to our panel chair, Dr. Yiling Shu.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back for day 2. And I really appreciate everybody's efforts on day 1. I think we've made a lot of progress, and thanks to the EPA colleagues, as well as colleagues from Oak Ridge, and also the technical support people. All right, so I think EPA have some responses for us, so we will turn to EPA first for follow-up presentation.
Good morning. Sarah DeCare from Radiation Protection. I just wanted to follow up on Dr. Napier's point about drinking water and food, or and how they're separated. A couple thoughts occurred to me because I do usually focus on emergency preparedness, and this is so not that. But so I was thinking about it from the long-term legacy site standpoint. It's definitely not a regulatory reason per se. EPA does have primacy from a regulatory standpoint over drinking water, so it's an interest area of ours. But it's much more, I think, a convenience because remember, we're focusing on populations, so kind of an average set of people, not your favorite word, I understand, average, typical. But remembering that sometimes we get asked questions. For instance, an example is our Office of Water has a tool called the Water Contaminant Information Tool. And they came to us to look for advice on radiological contaminants and various health endpoints. Very high risk, very low risk, in between. And so we used our risk and dose coefficients to help inform those endpoints. That was specifically around drinking water. In an average or typical legacy site, I think drinking water is a pathway, food is a potential pathway, and all these other exposure pathways. But if we combine them, that might be a convenience, but we'd rather have the users have the ability to separate them or use them one at a time or combine them. So I think if we rolled them up, it would be impossible to separate them handily, if that makes sense. I know it causes more questions, doesn't it?
No, I understand the convenience of the application. It's simply a matter that, boy, they're so similar that this is
True.
really worth the effort. And so
But Dr. Samuels did point out that you
yeah.
noted the differences, and
that did help.
and again, going back to my emergency response thinking, the actions you can take to protect people from food differ greatly from the ones you take for water. Water shows up at the tap whether you tell it to or not. And so there's a difference in making an embargo for a foodstuff or an agricultural product or a certain area's foods or products, whereas the water continues to show up. So I hope that's helpful. And John, you had something.
John Nagata, EPA. Just two brief responses to questions about the exposure scenarios discussions yesterday. We did confirm with the use of the exposure factors handbook for the usage rates that for air and food intake, we've used the 2011 values, and for drinking water, they're pulled from the 2019 values. As Mr. Brennan alluded to yesterday, those are updated on a rolling basis. And so when we pulled those usage rates, the water had been updated, but the food and air were still from 2011. The other brief point I wanted to make, we had some discussion yesterday about the different exposure scenarios that are not covered in FGR 16. And while this falls outside the scope of 16 itself, I did want to point out that for the Superfund calculators, EPA does generate exposure scenarios beyond the ones provided in 16. These include soil ingestion, the soil contamination, volumetric at different depths, and I believe, the water submersion as well. So while they're not included in FGR 16 proper, they are developed by EPA for use in those Superfund calculators. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments, discussion, or response from the panel members? I think we have probably an opportunity to revisit chart question 1A to 1D before we move on to chart question 1E. I know that many of you had a follow-up discussion after the session. All right. Looks like we have looks. Dr. Simon. Sorry.
Yes, thank you. I just did a little bit of off-the-cuff research last night about the breast milk issue, and I don't want to cast any negativity on Dr. Strom's suggestion to include it, but the question came up about how significant that would be if we were to average in that portion of the national population, because these risk coefficients are age and gender average. So just looking at 2019, there were about 328 million persons in the United States and about 3.7 million births, meaning there was about 1% of the total were born in that year. And if you look at CDC statistics for breastfeeding, they report that 83% of the births started breastfeeding, but only 25% of the births received breast milk exclusively. So if you take 25% of the 1% of the population that is in that category, you get about 0.25% of the population that would be breastfeeding at a given time. So I'm just trying to give it a quantitative context. I'm not trying to cast any negativity on the importance of it, because I agree with Dan about that. But if we're looking at to what degree it might affect the risk coefficients, that fraction of the population is about 2.5%. Just a little bit of information.
That is very helpful. Dr. Pfeiffer.
Actually, I followed up. I looked at the same data that Steve looked at, and the other thing is people breastfeed a very short time. They start, but then they stop pretty quickly. So I had the same thoughts as Steve. I second that. So typically they stop after about 2 months.
So, anyone want to comment on, is a 2 months breastfeeding significant? And then if you take a cumulative approach, 0.25% of total population, maybe over a decade or over several decades, what is the total number of individuals in that population? That's really for EPA to take a look at it, right? And I think having this type of information available is really important. Thank you. Dr. Strand?
I thank you both, Steve and Ruth, for looking that up. I would like to at least see an acknowledgement of this in the document as a pathway, as a minor thing, and why EPA is not, or is not going to consider it. That's all.
That is definitely something we can adopt, I think.
Dr. Simon, could you send the reference? Because I need to summarize this mischarge question, and it would be very useful for me to refer to.
What did you ask me to do?
Can you send me the reference to the data you were just referring to?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Great discussion. Any follow-on comments on 1A to 1D? All right, let's move on to 1E. As a reminder, particularly to the public, this deliberation essentially is the first phase. The comments and opinion are individual panel members, and it does not represent consensus of the panel nor EPA's position. Nothing is final until the report is finalized. Just keeping that in mind. So in that sense, I hope the committee members feel a little bit freer to express your opinion. And then we follow the same rules that the lead discussant will represent the smaller study group to summarize the finding for each charge question, followed by individual comments on the charge question. So without further ado, we're going to turn to Dr. Little to lead the discussion on charge question 1E. And the question will be, as well as the comments will be on the screen as well. So charge question 1E is, so it's there. Update. Okay, my vision is a little bit blurry here. So this is our updates of radiogenic cancer risk models, chapter 7, appropriate, and have they been described in sufficient details? Thank you. Thank you.
Show the summary slides.
Discussions we had yesterday afternoon to try and sort of hammer out a consensus position from the Rob. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, is that better? Yeah. So these slides represent a sort of a consensus position that we agreed on sort of, in discussion yesterday afternoon. I mean, as you possibly seen from the what's been circulated, we yes, there was initially quite a spread of opinion, and a lot of, I would say, fairly minor points, but anyway, what I present this morning is I would say that the major points we would like to make in relation to this question. So could we have the next slide, please? So I think the first line really summarises our position on the use of a continued use of the BF7 models. I think we were sort of, I think, all slightly perplexed by the continued use of these models, which really we think have been superseded, as we will go on to show. There are some cancer sites that were not considered by BS7, although they were included in the group of all solid cancers. For example, non-melanoma skin, rectum, kidney, and biliary tract, and so on. However, against that, it must be pointed out, as you'll see on the next few slides, that not all of the current set of instance papers from the lifespan study have both excess relative risk and excess absolute risk models. Some papers just give an excess relative risk model for various reasons, I suspect to do with model convergence. So it's probably the case that although until you do the calculations, you can't be very sure that in total that the risks would not be very different from those using the BS7 models versus the current lifespan study data. Nevertheless, that for some cancer sites, clearly there would be a difference, and some cancer sites, for example, there were no significant risks in the BS7 analysis. For example, prostate cancer, that is now that and a few other cancers, there now are significant excess risks. For thyroid cancer, we felt there were actually better models than or a combination of better data and models that could be used. So for internal dose, we thought that for exposure in childhood, Chernobyl derived models should be used, and these combined with the childhood exposed pooling study of Vega et al. For external dose again in childhood. And then using the Furukawa analysis of the lifespan study data to model what the risks in for exposure in adulthood. So could we have the next slide, please? So this slide shows the BS7 the main BS7 sites, so the you can see that the cancer sites listed at the left, and the years of follow-up used for BS7 models. For almost all cancer sites, all except leukemia, it was the instance data that they used from 1958 to 1998. For leukemia, they used the mortality follow-up for the period 1950 to 2000. So, and then in the next slide column, I show the number of cases analysed by BS7. These numbers actually not quite correct. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to load the correct version of the slides this morning. So, but anyway, they're not very much in error. You can see and then in the next column, I show the follow-up, the current follow-up for the instance data. and as you can see, there's an extra 11 years of follow-up, or 12 years of follow-up for the in the atomic bomb survivors. The series of paper that Dr. Grant initiated publication in 2017, and there's been a whole series of papers up to 2021 at least. And the bottom, well, the top line or bottom line, as you can see, is that there's been a near doubling of the total number of solid cancer cases. So from about 13,000 to getting on for 23,000 cases. The next column shows the type of risk model that's available for each of the sites in the current lifespan study data. But for a fair number, and a lot of the larger sites, the sites of the large number of cases, both excess absolute risk and relative risk models are available, but for a few, that is not the case. Particularly the largest ones for which there's only the relative risk are stomach and uterine cancers. So that's the picture for, just comparing the BS7 models with, what you'd get by updating using the current lifespan study report. But by the way, it would be a similar picture for leukemia. It's not quite such a large increment or relative increment. It's so the number of leukemias goes from, leukemia deaths goes from 296 to about 371 cases in the current follow-up. That of Suetal, which of course is a slightly earlier version of the updated instance data. Could we have the next slide, please?
Can I ask a quick question to this slide, Mark?
Yeah.
I appreciate that because of the longer follow-up, the numbers are much larger, but did the estimates actually change in terms of their magnitude? I understand the precision is going to be greatly affected, but I was wondering if the actual estimates are going to be different.
Not hugely different. No, I mean as far as one can tell, don't quote me on this, but I think the estimates are not way. They don't differ generally by more than a factor of 2. But Eric, do you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, thank you. I may have missed the roll call this morning. I apologize. I was muted. Overall, the solid cancer risk estimates for all cancers, all solid cancers, are not very much changed from the 2007 Preston paper to the 2017 Grant paper for the ERR risk estimates, particularly at low doses. I don't have Pierce's numbers on the top of my head, but his paper would be the one that was prior to that. Overall, the LSS risk estimates for all solid cancer for males, females, and males and females combined have not changed dramatically over the last 20 years or so. For individual sites, that's not the case. There have been dramatic changes for certain cancers, but while some go up, others may go down. So I'd say in general, they're not dramatic changes over the years.
Okay, does that address your question?
Thank you,
Ruth. Yeah. Okay, so could we have the next slide, please? Oh, right. Okay, so this slide now shows the sites that were not considered by BS7, which do figure in the more current LSS follow-up. So a mixture of solid cancer sites, at the top, and then leukemia and lymphoma, and also right at the bottom, the bone and soft tissue sarcoma. And quite a few of these, almost by definition, all of the solid cancer sites were included in the Pressnet 2007 cancer incidence data, and therefore were effectively modelled by BS7. But the point is that they were lumped in with the all solid cancer or the all other solid cancer categories, and so it wouldn't have been possible to actually estimate risks for these sites. But now it is of course possible to break them out using the current data. And most of these sites, as you can see, there are both excess relative risk and excess absolute risk models fitted. Only brain and CNS and the some of the esophageal and oral cavity is that not the case? And bone. So a lot of these cancer sites are significant. Not all, though. I mean, for example, NHL and Hodgkin lymphoma and multiple myeloma not. So yeah, so this is another category of if you like, difference between BS7 and what you currently get if you were to look at all of the current lifespan study reports. And I think that's pretty much summarizes our position, doesn't it? I think we covered the remaining points on the first slide or the second slide. So I mean, as I said, that there are various other sort of more minor comments that we all made in our various submitted reports. But I think if we had to go to the barricades, it would be on these particular points. Okay.
Next, Dr. Kroons. Dr. Kroons.
Should we concede, though, that the cancer risk coefficients themselves are not site specific? They're just for total cancer, right?
Could it be? But EPA can clarify. But could it be cancer site specific if they want to take that approach? Any take from EPA?
David's actually has some.
Oh, David.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean, basically, of course, what we do need
David,
these.
Can you get closer to the microphone?
Oh, yeah, sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes, better.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll lean in. Yeah, of course, just to answer the last question, of course, we need the site-specific models because, of course, the way we calculate those risks is we basically calculate what the risks are for the different sites and basically add up the risks. So that's just one thing. So I just have a few comments. First of all, I really do appreciate, especially the work that you've done, and I really do like the table, the way you summarize everything up. I do have a couple questions, but let me just get on to just a couple things. One is that I just hope that you know, when you make the recommendations, you just try to keep in mind proper note of caution. So in particular, first of all, let me just say a couple things in praise of BR7. Okay, it's not just. I mean, there's a whole lot of things that go into, of course, implementing new models for different sites. Okay, and that is, you know, how you interpret new models for different sites. One thing that BR7 did, which I actually really liked, and they really used a different approach that's been used in some other reports is, of course, the models were all primarily based upon incidence data. That's the first thing. The other thing is they use this type of approach where in determining what type of age patterns to apply for individual sites, they first looked to see whether there was compelling evidence that, basically from a hypothesis test, that the age patterns were different for that site than they were for, let's say, all other cancers combined. Okay. And so in BEER7, you'll notice that you pretty much have the same age pattern for most of the cancer sites. Okay. And I actually do think that that is kind of a nice approach. Okay. Because, consider you have a cancer for which there is, a limited amount of data, and there's enough information, let's say that there is a positive dose response, but there might not be enough information to estimate what the age patterns are with any type of precision. So one could argue whether that's the best approach or not, but I think it's a very not, there's some benefits to using that type of approach, and in implementing any type of new risk model, one has to take those type of considerations into account. So my basic thing that I would want to plead for basically is before suggesting that we implement risk models for new sites, keep in mind that there's a lot of things that one has to consider. And it would be especially nice to be able to first have a chance to have the benefit of a review of the recent literature before we're asked to go ahead and implement model for new sites. One thing that just occurred to me, one thing I just want to note is in that table that Mark presented for bone cancers, if I read it right, and I think I did, there were a total of 19 cancers, 19 cases in the LSS. Okay, so I think in that one in particular, I think there's real questions as to whether one would want to go ahead and use just to go ahead and implement the model for that that model. Then let me see what else did I want to say about all that. I had a question about the recommendations for the thyroid cancer. If I understand it right, the panel is, at least preliminarily, is in agreement with what we did for FGR16, except for the additional recommendation that for internal exposures, we use data from Chernobyl. That's another question. That's a question. And then finally, I just want to make a note that yes, the BEER7 models are really, really old. I will agree with that. Okay. But that the literature that came out of, but I just want to note that the literature that came out from RIRF came out relatively recently, starting that series of papers started to come out in 2017. And many of those papers, the publication date was as late as 2021. And so I just want to echo, I think, a comment that was made yesterday that, we really do need to have cutoff dates, even for our UNSCEAR report. That type of issue has come up, that we really need to have a cutoff date. And before we go ahead and implement anything based upon new information, it's really, really, really important to have the benefit of having a review of that literature before anything's implemented. So I probably said enough, but I actually do have one question, which I'd love to have an answer to, is whether my interpretation of your recommendations for thyroid cancer is correct.
Yes, I mean, I think that in summary, the main difference I think was that we were recommending use of Chernobyl based data for internal calculation of risk from internal emitters, specifically I-131. Does that address your question, David?
Yes, yes, it does. And I just want to go ahead and make one other note too, and that is that yeah, my take, and I really do appreciate all the input. I know we all appreciate it. Is that in many cases, I think the overall effect on the risk coefficients probably will be minor. Another thing to keep in mind is that and this is probably something that others could comment on, but for the types of environmental exposures, you're probably going to have doses concentrating in several tissues, not just one and so forth. So my guess is that although risk for calculations that would be done for doses to a specific tissue might actually differ by, a factor of 2 or even more. For many of the types of exposures we're dealing with, my guess is the overall effect, I mean, this is just speculation, of course, on the risk coefficients probably will not be all that great. I think there will probably be an averaging. I think it might be different than, let's say, for medical, some medical exposure examples, let's say. But that's speculation, and that's just an aside.
Yes, I think what you say is right. I mean, the Chernobyl derived risk factors for I-131 associated dose are very close to those that you get from external exposure. For example, the lifespan study. So, but as with the BA7 versus current LSS, I think it's more for presentational reasons. I think that we should be seeking to use this more up to date data. I mean, it just looks as if otherwise you're effectively turning your back on the last 20 years of epidemiology. I quite take your point about the analysis that the BA7 did, trying to sort of group sites to pool information on age and other temporal factors. Sadly, I just don't think that's going to be possible given the restrictions there now are on use of the atomic bomb survivor data. It's very, very difficult to envisage that sort of analysis now being done. It could only be done by people within IRF, I think. I mean, it's something we might raise with them, but it would be a major undertaking, I think.
Yeah, Mark, but my only comment is that in implementing all the new models, there's some judgment that has to go into that. Okay. And I would just be worried about just applying new models that have not yet been reviewed, let's say by UNSCEAR, or of course there's no review by NAS and so forth. I mean, there's that would be my major concern. But I mean, in principle, of course, I certainly agree that it's it's much nicer to go ahead and present models that are published within the last 5 years versus or even last 2 years versus versus those from beer, that are 20 years old, let's say.
I mean, you speak about the need for this data to be reviewed. I mean, surely most of it has been reviewed by a number of bodies, in particular, UNSCIA surely is looking at all of this data for in the current canopy report, isn't it? I mean, they yes, so am I. So
And it's been written and coming out next spring is the final deadline.
maybe, but yes, but anyway, I thought that well, all but that maybe the 2021 reports would surely be in the UNSCIA canopy document. So I think it mostly has been reviewed by them.
Oh yeah, but you're talking about the future. Right? You're talking about it's going to come out in 2025, right?
Well, yes, but yeah, okay, but what's
and then somebody has to say yes, I've got to do it, and then
okay, but I mean what's the timescale of the EPA thing? I mean, it's probably going to be UNSCIA is going to overtake it, isn't it?
Oh, I don't. Well, I'm not going to. Somebody else has to speak to that.
I think this is a very engaging discussion. I wonder, Dr. Little, you opened this can of worms.
I did
And
indeed.
this is very
It
great.
wasn't just me. I think there's
all of you. Dr. Little, do you have any add-ons, or we can move to the next?
No, let's move on. I think we said enough.
Oh, Dr. Kuntz, sorry. Well, Dr. Kuntz, do you have anything to add on? Yeah, you talked about site specific versus total.
I think about
All right, Dr. Mouth. Do you have anything to add on? No, okay. I think Dr. Grant.
No, at this point, I think we've probably said enough this morning. I do tend to agree with Dave that overall the numbers are not going to change a whole lot. And so I'm not quite sure how the recommendation should read to EPA at this point. But at this point, this was our consensus that we came up last night, that we were perplexed and at least need some further detail. And I think David's talked a bit about why they went the path they did. There is a section to their credit indicating that they're aware of the research has been done and that they haven't included it and they'd like to include it in the future. At this point, I guess that's as much as we can say.
Thank you. Gail?
Yeah, I think what Mark presented was sort of the consensus of the group. There's also the idea that that beer 7 wasn't used for everything in that there's like a selective choice of things that beer 7 is used for, and then other things that it's not used for, and that feels a little uncomfortable as well. We discussed that a little bit too.
Thank you. Lydia?
Just one small addition is that Dr. Grant already mentioned that there are some, with addition of new cases, there are some differences by site, and also differences by sex became more pronounced. So maybe overall will be the same, but we have to look if they will be the same for males and females. So I do think there's a big value in that.
I totally agree. I think part of the communication is to gain the trust and confidence of the public, right? just saying that the results may not be dramatically different, is not gonna solve that problem. So I think we could make a recommendation, and the EPA definitely could have more transparent description of the approach it took, or the approach, or the systematic approach it did not take. And in the future, I mean, you really need to consider that. Same issue as the data source. Here, models, there's so much more new research results out there. What did the EPA do to evaluate all these studies and make a final decision, and did it what it did, or what it will do in the future? That's something I think at least should be sort of disclosed in the documentation to gain the public trust. I mean, there are always logistic issues that prohibits EPA from doing this or that in a timely fashion. We all know that. But being silent on that probably is not gonna help. That's my personal take in terms of approach. I think there's a fundamental issue that we need to disclose and describe the approach EPA took in all aspects of this. Well, thanks so much for the group discussion. David, your hands are still up there.
No, I just wanted to say that I don't get me wrong. I absolutely appreciate I know we all absolutely appreciate the input, and my only other comment is, and I obviously have to go ahead and look at what the write-up's going to say, but I think in the Blue Book, we did describe, at least at that point, why we use Beer 7 for some of our models and why we did, use another approach for some of the others. And, maybe some of that might be out of date by now, but I just wanted to point that out. But, we certainly do. And I certainly agree with the point, that, just saying, well, boy, the risk projections aren't going to change that much regardless of which models you use, is not really a completely satisfactory type of way of going about things. So just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Oh, sorry, no.
Could we get electronic copies of those tables, the presentation? It was very difficult to read.
I will have it posted
Okay.
on the website.
Okay, cool.
Yes, I finally got it. So I'll have the final version posted. Okay.
Thank you. We can move to chart question 2A, 4 minutes in advance.
I'm sure we can talk for the extra 4 minutes and take up the time. So one of the things to note here is that there's a way in which these questions are sort of tied up together. And that some of the decisions and some of the other questions might impact, how we think through 2A as well.
Right.
But what I'm going to do for 2A is I'm going to just ask each person to make their comments so they reflect them well. And I'll make my own comments, but I will say that Roland actually produced some data from this that I think will be very valuable for us to take a look at it. So I'll start by making comments, but I think the summary is that there were brought out some questions that need to be addressed in the skin, in the approach to skin. And some of the problems that were brought up include the examples that are used in the examples that were used might not be the best examples to choose. and there may be better data out there. A second concern that came up was the fact that there is not necessarily uniform exposure of the skin, and that makes a difference. One of the concerns I had reflected were concerns about depth dose issues with skin, which vary with different with different qualities of radiation, and that might make a difference here as well. And actually, Roland produced a really nice graph that shows that. So I think that sort of summarizes most of the comments, although, and then there's also the idea that most of the skin cancers we would look at would be UV induced and not so much radiation induced. And how does that weigh into this? Way into this. So in any case, why don't I just go around the table? So Roland, if you wouldn't mind presenting some of the data and talking about your microscopic and macroscopic approach, I think that would be very useful.
Sure, yeah, glad to do that. Will
Go
there
ahead.
be a chance to present something? Okay, wonderful. Yeah, let's scroll down. What's most important here is to describe the dose and the timing, because both of those are going to be appropriate to orientate ourselves. So yes, there are some discussions early on having to do with scenario modeling and specifics of skin dose, but I think it's best for us to begin with discussions of dose and discussions of timing. So please move deeper into the document, and this part just touches on macroscopic and microscopic non-uniformity. I think it's secondary to what I'd like to talk about on the dose side, which is on the next page. So let's take a look at what a dose of 1 milligray looks like to the skin. So this is a zoomed in plot of electrons traversing skin, and it is 1 square millimeter, so millimeter on a side, and it's been subdivided crudely into 80 by 80, so a whole mesh of 6,400 cells to just crudely represent the size of a skin cell. And what type of non-uniformity do we see here? It looks relatively uniform just from a visual cue, but if we look at the histogram below, that will give us additional confirmation that this shows how many cells are traversed by a single electron, 2 electrons, 3. And so they're mentioned in terms of hits, right? Because this is kind of a random process at this particular dose. It's not a very large dose, 1 milligray, but there are going to be multiple hits to every cell. I think there's an example of, no hits to 2 cells out of 6,400, right? So that's negligible. Take a look at the arrow. That's maybe difficult for some to see at the top. This is the volume average for this particular dose. And what is it, about 7.5, hits? So somewhere in between, those top 2 bars. This is confirming that the volume averaging provides a good representation of the distribution that you see for this particular dose. Okay, it's central. If you look at the amount of probability space that's covered close to that arrow, it's large. Okay, so let's move to the next dose. This is half of what we were just looking at. Okay, so half a milligray. Okay, a little more, non-uniformity. I think we can move to the histogram now to see how this changes. Doesn't look like it's changing much. I will point out, though, on the far left that now there's going to be a growing contribution of no-hit cells. We're reducing the dose. The variability, of course, is going to create a situation where some cells are not hit, right? In this particular case, most are hit, and the volume average provides a good representation. Some cells will experience double the dose, and some will experience half and none. But in general, most of them are going to be relatively well described by the volume average amount, which here is, it looks like 3.7 electron hits for this particular dose. Okay, Now we're going to move to the next, and this is 0.1 milligray. Okay, so it's 10 times less than the first plot, 5 times less than the one that we just saw. Things are changing, right? You can just see this visually, that there's a greater non-uniformity. Now move to the histogram to see how this looks in terms of volume averaging. What's happening is the volume average, the downward arrow indicating how many hits would be applied to all cells, is shifting, right? And so now many cells are not being hit at all, and the volume average is indicating what would be less than 1 electron hit, so 0.7 electron hits to all cells. Here's where the volume average starts to break down. It's no longer providing a good representation of the cells that are receiving dose. This is starting to happen at 0.1 milligray, but I think what's important to realize that in terms of skin and skin cancer risk modeling, from what I've seen, there's not a body of evidence to provide support for cancer to skin at this lowest level. So this would be an extrapolation only. How far are we extrapolating? Okay, this is 0.1 milligray. And from what I've seen, a lot of the studies will be tenths. Okay, 0.1 is a little low. It's more like 0.2, 0.3 gray. Okay, so we are at this point, we are 1,000 times below where the studies have evidence clinically on skin cancer incidence. Okay, so our extrapolations should only go to this point and no further, because we're going to run ourselves into the yellow, and our representativeness of volume averaging has not supported by where the energy would be deposited, how damage would be manifested in the cells, initiation of cancer progression, etc. Right? So I'd like to say that in the case of skin, there is also, from what I can tell, no chronic data on skin cancer incidence, only acute, and acute 1,000 times larger than this. So if the extrapolation is to be done in a in a cautious way, certainly reaching down, going an order of magnitude below where data exists to have a scientific basis, that's acceptable. I don't think anyone would argue that. Going now 100 times below, okay, you're really getting a lot out of your extrapolation. That would have been the first plot. I think we're completely fine with the first plot saying, okay, 100 times less still looks like a lot of hits, and maybe our numbers are much more uncertain there, but it's still relatively well founded. Getting to this point is this is where I think the breaking point is right here. If I had to pick a number, for convenience, it's just going to be, something on the order of 10 times less than that. So 0.1 milligray. And anything beyond this is just reaching too far. Now, everything that I've just talked about hasn't really brought in the timing, hasn't brought in the acute versus chronic. And that's very, very important for skin, because this turnover rate in skin is so fast that we must appreciate timing, I think, for all sites, but that's very difficult to do in that we are still, as a scientific community, making progress on both of our mechanistic models as well as how repair and other mechanisms work. In terms of skin, because we're already a factor of 1,000 below the published data that show skin cancer, this is the kind of extreme extrapolation here. To actually take this dose and to receive it over 50 years, that's too much, right? So that's adding another factor of 2,500. So we're a million, times smaller than where the scientific, data are for supporting skin cancer incidence. So a million is far too great, right? So I'm thinking in looking at all the responses that came in for this meeting and seeing that some were very clear. And I recall Dr. Miles saying this, also Dr. Grant saying it. And Dr. Simon had misgivings about, averaging and other non-uniformities. These are on the table. And I would say there's a good chance to reach consensus if we talk about dose and talk about timing. So what I mean by this is, if the dose is high enough, I think the group would say, yes, there's evidence for skin cancer risk. If the dose isn't high enough, I completely agree with those others just mentioned that we should not be trying to apply risks to those types of doses, especially for skin. And this value here, this 0.1 milligray, it kind of dawned on me this morning. I took a look at the draft Federal Guidance Report 16, because that number shows up as one of the criterion for low dose rate. It turns out it's the criterion was 0.1 milligray in a minute. Don't go above that for everything that we apply the risk coefficients for, right? So I would like to suggest that for skin, we have to come up with a different threshold for appropriateness, okay? This is, not, having any effect on LNT, linear quadratic at all. This is just appropriateness of risk, and when we have the technical basis to provide that with confidence to members of the public and other stakeholders. So a suggestion here is that if we look at this and we say, well, we need to receive it in a minute or a day or a week, kind of immaterial. It has to be received during a time period at which the skin hasn't already regenerated itself. You can't take this and just average it over 20 years to get that same dose. 20 years taking you to get that? No, your skin cells have regenerated so many times. So for the purposes of trying to reach consensus on these charge questions, which are related to 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D, it may help to talk about what doses will the group be comfortable in supporting a cancer coefficient for, skin. And if this is looking like a good suggestion, I'm completely fine keeping the EPA's upper limit of 0.1 gray. That happens to be right close to where the data support skin cancer incidence anyway. So 0.1 gray is 1,000 times greater than this. That's an upper limit, because that's when the risk of obtaining cancer and possibly dying sooner could have, an effect on the numbers. But I see this as an opportunity for skin to be treated separately. This is, I also believe, why EPA is asking for specific recommendations in this area. So I've spoken a lot, but I would like to ask Doctors Little and Grant kind of more for some fact checking, because what you just showed on those tables was excellent. Was there something that you recall for chronic skin cancer risk? Is that properly done? Because I don't want to mischaracterize. I haven't seen it. I've only seen acute skin cancer risk models. Yes.
Well, there is, funny enough, there is data on chronic exposure for skin. In the UK radiation worker cohort, and it shows a clearly highly significant dose response. Now, this is high quality data. It's based on a cancer registry, National Cancer Registry. So the UK is one of the few cancer registries that actually collects non-melanoma skin cancer data. So I think that there is suggestive evidence. I mean, no, obviously this is a very low dose rate cohort, and so it's probably that these are people probably receiving fractions of a milligray, probably well under 0.1 milligray per day, for example. Because you know the average the cumulative dose in the NRW averages about 30 milligray. So this is an ultra low dose cohort, and it does show a risk for admittedly this is probably still a high cumulative dose where you see risk, but nevertheless there is clearly a significant risk over the full dose range. So I think I'd be slightly cautious here. I think that I do. There is other data but not of such high quality. For example, there is another study which I'm actually involved with in the US Rad Tech cohort, which didn't find a risk, but on the other hand, the ascertainment of cancer in this group was all just done by questionnaire, so much less reliable, I'd have said, than the NRW, the UK data. I mean, my other point really relates to, I mean, why would you single out skin? I mean, what you said would apply to surely any cancer, wouldn't it? Or did I misunderstand something?
Yeah, it's a good point. It's easier to start with skin to try to reach some consensus. I appreciate your just amazing recollection of what's available, because I think that's very important to drill down into. We're going to see the low dose quantification of potential risk, and that's going to be helpful because there is an idea of what those low doses were, right? So we might be within an order of magnitude of some of these plots, but it may take a few years, at least 5 or so, to accumulate it. Is that what I'm gathering for the UK data? Yes. So with additional discussion, we can see if some of this is supported, or if indeed, which I'll be surprised about, if we're being pulled off this in a way that is more than a factor of 10 from what it just looks like in the first few slides that you saw. So I would like to talk about that and kind of drill down a little bit more, because for skin and I think Dr. Mao, Dr. Grant, it might be a good time to chime in. Your messages were relatively clear in that maybe it should be excluded altogether, and there's a reason for that, and I think that's very helpful to know. Obviously, what you see here is maybe there's a place in dose and in timing to do some skin cancer risk assessment, and maybe below that it is not the place, and it is not appropriate to do it. So I just welcome those two if they wish to provide some remarks, because I think if we can understand together the thinking to make those statements, it may guide us to consensus.
But I just want to emphasize one other point, and that is one difference between skin, as you noted, is the high turnover rate. So those exposed cells are not going to be around, within a day or two. So accumulated dose has a different feel in skin than it does in other tissues, and that's what does make it be distinct, is that you do have a tremendous loss. So,
a very good point. Dr. Grant, Dr. Mao, anything?
I do want to also say, I mean, we can talk about this, but I did want also for Roland to show the depth dose plot with the LET, because I think that's also of relevance here.
I just ask about I mean, you say that the skin cells vanish, but I mean, presumably there's a pool of
Progenitor cells, yep,
progenitor
and
cells.
they're mostly deeper down below the dermis. And the question is, how much does the radiation penetrate? That's actually what I wanted him to show next.
Well, it depends what type of radiation.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
It'll be energy
That's exactly the point. So that's why I wanted him
We'll get into the
to,
details
so why don't you let him do it and then we can continue the discussion.
Right, okay, fine.
So
It's a consensus, Dr. Thank you, go ahead.
okay, there was another plot. We didn't traverse deep enough in the file to see that, but it was addressing, depth dose.
Is it possible to see it?
Put
Because
that up
this,
and
yeah,
present it
if somebody
just so
can put it
everyone
back
can-
up, because it really does show it well.
Okay, if we just proceed downward,
Down,
yeah.
go more, go deeper.
Just keep on going.
Go more. Yeah.
Okay, so this is one of the plots that was created for this purpose, to try and show what is the widely accepted quality factor, right? And so there's an understanding that clustering and non-uniformities can matter when it comes to health effects and cancer progression, et cetera. So this plot is just comparing electrons to protons, protons not being necessarily appropriate for a lot of the federal guidance for port 16, but nonetheless, it's energetic charge particle and alpha particles more relevant to this particular work. There are differences that relate to the fact that the LET, linear energy transfer, is variable for these in terms of particle energy. So the lower axis is showing particle energy, but it's expressing it as a range. And this is done so that we can understand at a certain depth in tissue, these particular particles will result in non-uniformities of energy deposition, right? And we've attributed this and applied quality factors to account for it, right? And that's not new. That is something that has been addressing non-uniformity for many decades. But there is a difference, and you can see here that when particles are of higher energies, there are going to be changes, but in general, there's relatively decent tracking in that alpha particles deposit more energy as they go through tissue compared to protons and electrons. So that was really kind of the main message here, to actually orientate us on the fact that we've been dealing with non-uniformities, and this is widely accepted for decades. And so in terms of what we will be doing for skin cancer modeling, I thought this was helpful. But yeah, Gail, you might have other remarks to say as well.
Yeah, no, I do think that this relates very much to depth dose, because again, it would mean that, it's gonna be very different for how we would treat a high LAT versus a low LAT radiation. And that was also not evident in this approach. I want to, we've heard a little bit from Mark, but Mark, do you and Eric want to say something else about this? I think, Eric, you had a comment about the model itself. Did you
I
talk
guess
about
my
the relationship with the tinea capitis patients? Was that
Well,
you?
no, actually, I don't think that was me. I'm much more expert in the acute exposures because of the atomic bomb survivor research. In the atomic bomb survivor research, we see no risk for non-melanoma skin cancer until you get to about 1 gray of exposure. And I think in the overall context, what Dr. Benke might be alluding to with my comments regarding whether or not to include non-melanoma skin cancer, to me, and maybe this is just my error, but to me, the EPA is trying to protect the public from death from these cancers. And I just don't see a lot of need for effort in this area because I don't think it's going to make a change to the bottom line in the risk estimates. And so for those two reasons, no risks at lower doses and no effect on the bottom line, I sort of wonder, as we get to 2B and 2C, the other questions, whether or not we should include this at all. To me, it seems that it's not that helpful, in my opinion. Thank you.
Dr. Pfeiffer, then Dr.
Yeah,
Mao.
I have a follow-up on this point. This is very important. I had a similar reaction because the survival for basal cell is basically 100%, and the 5-year survival for squamous cell is over 95%. So in terms of mortality, the impact is going to be totally negligible. And in terms of incidence, the data in the US are insanely vague because it's just not captured anywhere. So we don't even know what the incidence is truly. So I thought the same, that in terms of impact on any overall population burden, it's a really relevant contribution.
Thank you. Dr. Mao.
Yeah, so I try to add it. Most of skin cancers is really by UV. Sometimes up to 95% of the skin cancer. And also a lot of study has been shown there's no association between melanoma and also radiation studies. There's no significant association. A lot of studies demonstrate. Second, there's most of studies have demonstrated that a threshold is not like a linear threshold model to the skin, like cancers. So especially like a BCC and SCC, there's usually below like 1 gray exposures, really no significant associations. If like at the moment the EPA is concerning that that's 0.1 gray cell, and my feeling just probably just exclude to all the total the cancer incidence study on that. That's my comments. And also I think about if there things like UV studies, UV is major cost risk factors. If you have to think about ionizing radiation, the UV radiation, how do their interactions? A lot of people show the interactions between two exposures.
Dr. Little, then Dr. Benke.
Yeah, oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree that the lifespan study does show an apparent threshold. Yeah, it's and I guess you have to weigh that against what you see, as I say, in the NRW, where there may also be you can't rule out a threshold. I mean, there doesn't seem to be much going on in the low dose groups in the NRW. So it's possible there may be a sort of a cumulative dose effect. I'd be cautious about using the argument for mortality, as I mean, it would on the same basis we wouldn't be looking at thyroid cancer. We wouldn't be worried about thyroid cancer. I mean, that's hardly ever fatal. So and there are a few other cancers that that are very nearly survivable. So there's significant cost to the US in treating basal cell carcinoma. As you know, it's several billions a year. I think goes on treatment. You have to ablate the basal cell carcinomas. They're not fatal, but they're unsightly. So it's not quite trivial.
There's also a huge follow-up.
Well, that's true, yes, but the follow-up cost is one that you get in the would be incurred mostly anyway. Surely, I mean,
It depends on location.
All right, Dr. Benke.
Sure. Yeah, I think this is great discussion because it will probably boil down to looking at the InWorks and some of the other, NRW more recent, information to figure out how low those cancer endpoints have been observed and for, what doses. Because there will be a point, and it actually appears that it's going to be at levels higher than most maybe environmental exposures for the public, right? So what's happening here is that the radiation workers that are going to receive, higher levels of exposure are clearly going to have, greater doses than members of the public during most environmental exposure situations, because the federal guidance report 16 emphasizes environmental exposure so much. Now our charge, right, as the panel, is to determine what's best for making a recommendation to EPA, right? Because if the environmental exposures don't elevate themselves to a dose that is significant for skin cancer, then we should identify that. And then the EPA has a decision whether it wants to provide an appropriate use condition for skin cancer risk that is consistent with scientific evidence, or it will not proceed with skin cancer risk in the document, but will provide the fair description of what the science can support in our document that we submit from the panel. But I think it will involve a little bit more discussion, and I'm looking forward to that, actually.
Lydia didn't get the chance to speak, so.
Sorry, thank you. Neither the Preston nor Grant papers provide estimates of risk. So the only large study that we could rely, as Dr. Lowell said, was HALOC study of NRRW. And it shows very clearly statistically significant increased risk of non-melanoma skin cancer. And it does provide information on what categories of these cases are. So about 80% of cases occurred under the threshold of 100 millisievert. We can look at it further, we could decide about it, but obviously the overwhelming majority of these cases were from low dose cumulative exposures. So we cannot just ignore and say, let's just not do it or forget. There is good evidence, and the study has been providing very good evidence for many years. So we're sort of preempting that we will be saying in 2B, but that's
they're all related.
Yes,
and I
they
think
are
that is
related.
consistent, Dr. Zablocka. Thank you. Do you recall if we showed, those plots, right, the scatter plots, and so now were the doses for the study close to the one that shows 0.1 milligray in terms of the shifting of the volume average to the far left? Are we still in that ballpark? Because I think that's probably the case, but I the study better than I do.
Right. I mean, the way the data is tabulated, we can take a closer look at it, but about 60-70% of cases were in the below 10 millisievert. So they could have been 0 dose and anywhere from 0 to 10 millisievert.
Okay,
Mark
so it's hard to
probably
say
knows-
whether this is
yeah.
1 millisievert or.
No, there's no
0.5.
data in
Okay.
the paper.
Yeah, so I think we're still in the neighborhood of coming up with a suggestion. We just have to work, together on it.
Dr. Lowell, did you want to comment?
Well, yeah, I must say, it's very, very difficult to be sure from the NRW. I mean, all they produce is, well, there's an aggregate risk estimate, and you can see the breakdown by of cases by dose group. You can see, as Lydia says, that most are in the low dose bins, under 10 milligray. There is clearly a significant excess in the highest dose group, as I recall, under over about 100 milligray. So Yeah, I don't know. I'm slightly worried by about the implication of this. 'Cause I mean, if we do this, we could apply this same argument to other cancer sites. Um, uh, the only reason for making skin special is the dosimetric one that for particular internal emitters the dose just doesn't reach the progenitor cells in the skin. Otherwise, I don't know that I would want to single out skin in this way.
Just to follow up there, so obviously we'll accept the carefully performed studies, data, etc. Is there a extrapolation that still goes too far in your view, in the sense that from the study data, if we extrapolate a factor of 10, I think many of us would probably say, okay, yeah, we're extrapolating. We get a little bit of progress in dipping down into areas where we don't know and there are great uncertainties. But going 100 times or 1,000 times below where there's evidence, is that a concern from the standpoint of making scientific recommendations to the EPA?
Go ahead. Do you have follow-up response to that?
Well, I mean, this extrapolation is as I say, it applies to all cancer sites. Why are we singling out skin? It seems to me that there are biophysical arguments for which have been around for some time, that if you get down to the level of one electron track per cell nucleus, that basically cancer is if you believe that the clonal hypothesis that cancer originates in a malignantly transformed cell, then basically the probability of cancer it increases proportional to the number of hit cells. Unless you get to the region where you've got multiple traversals of a cell by the radiation source. So it's just a cell counting process that you're engaged with, and the more hit cells you have, the greater the probability of cancer. So and that argument, I think, would apply to skin and to pretty much any other radiogenic cancer.
The models that I think would be relevant here would be things like swimming in water that contains radionuclides. Okay, that's where I don't think we're likely to see somebody breathing in a radionuclide and then having a skin cancer develop.
Oh yes,
it's going to be that kind of dermal exposure. I think that's relevant.
Yes, I agree. It would have to be well, and not just any dermal exposure. It would have to be something that actually does penetrate the down to the basal layer.
Swimming in alpha particles.
Exactly, something like that. Yes, yeah.
Dr. Simon.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I just want to quickly reiterate some points I made yesterday, and maybe we can determine how they mesh with today's discussion. I first want to thank Dr. Benke for his analysis of the spatial variation of the hits. Let me just ask Dr. Benke a quick question before I continue. So, Dr. Benke, that 1 square millimeter, what would that translate to in terms of number of cells?
Approximately 6,400.
Okay, so it's something like a few tens of cells across. Is that
80 by 80? So if you were to take the 1 millimeter and you divided that into 80 segments, so now you have a matrix that's 80 by 80. That will provide 6,400. Very, very crude, mind you, but we're trying to get to the same ballpark and scale. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if that 1 millimeter of 80 cells across can be thought as functioning like an organ. I mean, most organs are have masses of many tens to hundreds of grams or larger. So The point that I wanted to make yesterday is related to your point, but a bit different. I'm thinking about the spatial variation over areas that are some maybe 10,000 times larger than that, maybe a few tens of centimeters across. And that would be more equivalent to what we think of as the size of an organ for most tissues, for most organs of the body. So when I hear these risk estimates mentioned in different papers, I wonder what are the assumptions in the dose estimation in those papers? Over what mass of the skin did they average? And my guess is that all those papers could be all very different. And many of them would be based on the total energy deposited in the entire mass of the skin. Now, I don't know that, but the epidemiologists need to look that up and decide when they quote those risk estimates what it is that they're telling us. Such and such a risk per sievert. What is that sievert, or what is that gray? Is it the average over the whole body, or is it some small part of the skin that might function like an organ, might be tens of or hundreds of grams? This is what I'm concerned about. Not so much, although I respect your analysis, Dr. Benke, very much, but not so much as what happens on a square millimeter. So if different parts of the body receive doses averaged over something like a few tens of square centimeters, if those different parts of the body receive doses over that average that size that vary over 100 times, then where is the risk? Can you point to any place on the body that has the average dose and the average risk? I doubt that. Nobody knows where that is. For one thing, a lot of skin cancers are counted, but their location on the body are not recorded. So there's so many problems in both skin dosimetry and risk estimation related to these factors that I'm discussing. So I don't know how to solve this problem, but I just do want to underscore again that it's unclear what dose means for the skin because we don't know what each paper and each institution or each investigator does. I think in the EPA's method, they count the number of energy deposition events over the whole body in their Monte Carlo code. They divide by the mass of the skin. Regardless of how much it varies over the body, they take that grand average. Like the skin is an organ, that's the average organ dose. And we usually think of organ doses, but most organs are more concise in size and space. So I'm not sure that that works for skin. I'm not sure it works for dosimetry, and I don't know whether it works for risk analysis because I don't really believe that doses have been estimated consistently among the studies with respect to mass of the skin, nor do I think that they probably know where the lesions occur.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Simon. I think EPA has a follow-up comment. And then, Then Dr. Benke. And then Dr. Strong. Then we'll take a break.
Yeah, thank you. This is Armin Ansari. Just wanted to share why we asked this question and where it came from. That would help you shape your arguments and suggestions. In Federal Guidance Report 13, what was done, we only looked at fatal cases of skin cancer. So if you look at the rates for incidence and mortality, they're the same numbers because when it came to skin cancers, we essentially did not report on incidence of cancer, but only look at the fatal cases of skin cancer. And our question here was, when we were thinking about it, is that a good thing to do? Because of all the problems with not only with reporting of skin cancer, we don't really have good data on the cases of skin cancer. A lot of these non-melanoma skin basal cell skin cancer aren't even in the registry, so we don't really have a good number for them. They are easily treatable, and so we only looked at the data we had for fatal, and that's basically why we asked that question. And we really would like to get your feedback on, is that a reasonable thing to do?
Thank you. That's very helpful. Dr. Mankey.
Right, yeah, thanks. Dr. Simon's remarks are resonating, right? So to put a finer point on his important question about what's the macroscopic non-uniformity, it's seemingly clear in the draft federal guidance report 16 that the studies that were used for determining the skin cancer risk were based on the partial head, scalp irradiation studies, not those that were whole body, irradiation. And so it is very, very pertinent, his cautions in that how does one take the dose for the scalp, which I believe that investigators would report dose to the area that was irradiated for medical purposes as the dose to the skin, and it's a localized dose. It does not represent the dose to the whole skin, right? But that's modified by a reduction by a factor of 5 because dose rates were high, as the report indicated. But there's this volumetric effect that's not really discussed. That's part of the uncertainty question. And that is a little bit of, mixing partial radiation, data sets and risk models with what is a full body irradiation for environmental exposure, right? And so I think that's a caution that we will definitely put forward in a recommendation. Hopefully, we will be able to work together well enough to come up with something that provides maybe EPA with an option or two, and then EPA can take that moving forward. Because we may not reach consensus on everything, but I think if we came up with options for the EPA, that might be possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Strong.
Thank you. I believe, I don't know about non-melanoma skin cancers, but there's no other cancer with such a high diversity of risk across race. Melanoma prevalence is about 25 times higher in white people than in Black people. And I'm guessing that the UK worker study didn't include a lot of Hispanic, Black people, people with darker skin. I don't know how this applies to non-melanoma skin cancers, but there's quite a bit of data on melanoma. And so I think EPA should consider how you transport a risk calculation for skin cancer from a white population to the US population, or I'm not saying white, but whatever population was studied in the UK. So I believe that this is with other than sex-specific cancers, this is the greatest difference by race of any cancer. So I think that needs, I hadn't heard that mentioned. Perhaps it's the expert
good point.
here could
I think it was mentioned, but not verbally. It was in written form, and I think it's great. I think we definitely have to put that forward. Yeah, thanks.
I have a quick question for Dr. Banking. Is the data of electron hits published?
It is now.
Okay. Thank you. All right. This is a great discussion, and we see some degree of a consensus, some degrees of different perspectives. So let's take a break for 15 minutes, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's come back. Well, let's come back 5 minutes to 11. Is that okay? Oh, no, sorry. Am I wrong? Yeah. That's all right. I mean, it can move up faster and slower. But right now it's almost. Yeah, so we have 18 minutes break.
The discussion took a little longer than I expected.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's All right, welcome back.
Did you get the link? Should I send you?
Just send me the link and I'll do it. Because I usually do requests for authorizer.
Okay, maybe that's.
You just forward me the year.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, we're gonna resume our discussion timely. So we're moving to charge question 2B. Actually, 2A, B, C, D are very much related to each other. So let's move to the to Gail.
Zablocka.
To be, oh, okay, okay. Yeah, okay.
We look alone.
Yeah. We're both Ukrainian.
Yeah.
All right, let's stop.
Thank you very much. So I just want to say that we are a little bit maybe behind time, and I know Dr. Zhu likes to be on time. So I will think that because everything that was just said before the break is relevant to this, I would like to be very short, and I will only take a couple minutes to address the points that may have been mentioned but did not receive maybe adequate attention in my view. So first of all, I want to reiterate that there are some questions regarding the use of the data for risk projections. So a number of people have said that only 2 studies of hemangioma patients have been used for risk projection of skin cancer. First of all, this is only, as was said, it's only partial exposure. It's only in children. This has not been mentioned. So I'm not sure how these risk estimates of exposure in childhood are being used for scenarios in exposures in adulthood. This is not clear from the report. So my main suggestion is to expand the description of this model in the report. If you look at section 7.4, I believe, 7.3.4 for skin in the report in the FGR 16, it has exactly 3 sentences. So it's very hard to sort of understand what was done, and there is no mention of the word melanoma in the whole report. So we presume that non-melanoma skin cancer was not included, but we don't know. So this certainly has to be expanded and explained. And I think all of my collaborators in their written comments and also in the oral discussion that we had yesterday certainly agreed with this, that we need to see much more explanation of what was done. So that's one. The second one is a number of people before the break mentioned that there are differences in incidence rates by race. That is correct, but what was not said is that that non-melanoma skin cancer and melanoma skin cancer have a much different survival by race, and also the much later stage of diagnosis in non-whites. So overall, if you look at mortality, if there is such, for example, for melanoma, it would not be as that different between whites and non-whites. So that's an important consideration that should not be forgotten. And also, melanoma skin cancer is quite varied, and there are subtypes of melanoma skin cancer that are more prevalent in African Americans. So we cannot just, on average, say that melanoma is only is much more prevalent in whites, because that is not entirely correct. One of a couple more additional thoughts that I wanted to say is that we mentioned HALOC. This is low dose chronic exposure in males, in whites, males and females, sorry. So we can look at that data. The recommendation, some of the people in our group thought that maybe we could forget it, Some said one sentence, why should we forget it? I think in the end that everyone in our group agrees is that the most prudent approach and transparent approach would be to really explain what was done and, if possible, to provide the cumulative radiogenic cancer incidence with and without non-melanoma skin cancer. There are some concerns that perhaps it would be very hard to do. And I think Dr. Pfeiffer mentioned that there are no good data on background rates of non-melanoma skin cancer in the US. But there are studies that have tried to estimate it. And Dr. Lowell pointed that there is a study from the late 80s by Dr. Fraumini that tried to estimate the background rates. There's also some concerns about do we have the data on survival? It's also perhaps not available, but some things could be done and that could be looked into. But we just need much more background and looking into that. So if the EPA could look a little bit deeper into that, provide much more explanatory information in the report, and if possible, provide estimates of radiogenic cumulative incidents with and without, I think we all would sign up for that. That's all I had to say, but perhaps members of our group have something to add.
Thank you, members of this group.
Good summary. Yeah, thanks.
Dr. Little.
Yeah, I mean, just to follow up on what Leah said, yeah, as you point out, that that there's a large report by Scotto and Fraumini looking at estimating skin cancer in well, a specially selected population in the US. That it would also be possible to derive, I think, skin cancer rates from the US radiologic technologist cohort. But bear in mind what I said previously, that the skin cancer is well, and all other cancers, for that matter, are ascertained just by a questionnaire. So it might not be the most reliable, but still, it would be possible to get more, to some extent, current estimates of skin cancer, non-melanoma skin cancer in this at least in this cohort.
Thank you.
I think she did a very good job. Good summary. No additional comments.
Great, thank you. Dr. Grant, anything to add?
No additional comments. Thank you very much.
Wow. So this one, we go through this one in a speedy rate. Yeah. Well, because of the early discussion was so thorough, right? Okay, let's move to C, which is about basal cell carcinoma and the squamous cell carcinoma.
Right.
Should they be handled differently?
Yeah.
Dr. Mark.
Yeah. So actually this question is strong related to the 2B. if the non-melanoma studies exclude to the in general concern, maybe in this question we don't have any. We already have answers on that. Anyway, so but the members already discussed. We've already found that BCC, SCC that definitely have significantly different in terms of cell origins, the clinical features, and our aggressivities. SCC is more like more have a lot of deaths than in the BCC. More almost the BCC patient can survive, 100% BCC can survive, but some SCC do have a fatal issues. But also in addition, there's some there's existing evidence to show the radiogenic risk is for the BCC and some evidence for the SCC, and but definitely have those threshold for the exposures. So and the recommendation from our members just say if for high dose, we're definitely different SCC and the BCC. For low dose, maybe both SCC and the BCC exclude from risk assessment. Is there any comment?
Thank you, Dr. Mao. Follow up from the members.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Mouse. So that last point of at lower doses exclude both, that's clearly, something that we were talking about before. Are there other thoughts on this from individuals? We did, make some progress earlier. Is there interest to consider that for squamous cell carcinomas, because there's less scientific evidence, it will be more difficult to extrapolate them to lower doses? That's a question kind of for this, charge. I'm curious of what others think about that, because I saw a stronger technical basis for basal cell carcinomas, and I am comfortable with putting more effort into that. But I don't see it for malignant melanomas. I also don't see it, although there's a little hint for, squamous cell carcinomas. So from my perspective, I'll probably be, clear and, coming up with my personal response to this one, in that I would include some discussion and consideration of basal cell carcinomas. I would not include squamous cell carcinomas, and I would not include malignant melanomas, because this Federal Guidance Report 16 is looking at environmental risks at doses that are quite a bit lower, and the scientific literature doesn't support those other cancer endpoints.
Thank you. For personal education purpose, can the group elaborate a little bit why, at the high dose you want to treat basal and squamous cells cancer differently, whereas at the low dose you want to treat them the same?
I can jump in. I'll be speaking for what I read others say. So let me just kick it off by saying, from a disease progression standpoint, from a biological and medical practice standpoint, they are different. We talked about high doses, right, to appreciate the fact that now we can, investigate these types of differences. And my remark was more, these doses are beyond the purview of Federal Guidance Report 16. And so that's why I won't be suggesting to look at squamous cell carcinomas. But others, please chime in on the differences of basal cell carcinomas and squamous cell carcinomas, et cetera, because we do have other experts here that are better on that.
Okay, I mean, I would concur with what's been said. I think there's remarkably little evidence for squamous cell carcinoma being radiogenic. The only evidence I've seen is a very high dose in some animal models, and that's all. There's no human data to my knowledge.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Come on.
Yeah, I agree with that, Dr. Ito said. Yes, only some evidence from animal studies. Like there's really no human data to support the current scientifically.
This is
Sorry, I was completely agree with both of those remarks. I'm only aware of one other study for human extravasation with a radioisotope that developed squamous cell carcinoma, very, very high dose to that particular part of the hand. So these are one-offs. These are good scientific nudges, but they don't represent a basis to support study in Federal Guidance Report 16.
Thank you. Dr. Grant?
Thank you. I'll just chime in. There is research from the Radiation Effects Research Foundation regarding squamous cell and basal cell carcinoma. Sugiyama, 2014, wrote a paper on this. And again, she found risks for men and women for BCC and SCC, but only at high doses. And recall that this is one of the only cancer registries in the world that has non-melanoma skin cancer incidence follow-up. But on the other side of the coin, the Japanese skin cancer profile is very different from the United States. So I got a train going by. Sorry, I'm right next to train tracks. Um, so I just wanted to throw that in there, that there is some data on this. I guess I would like to backtrack just a little bit on 2B, and I said that I had no comments whatever, but I do think that that Dr. Ansari mentioned earlier that they had done non-melanoma skin cancer, fatal skin cancers previously, and whether or not they should change their approach in this paper. And I guess in my opinion, I don't see sufficient data to try to make major changes to the models for a change from the previous report to this report, unless we can really come up with something concrete for them to make a change in their approach. I would recommend that they continue with the same approach. Thank you.
We're good. All right, let's move to 2D. Is there any merit in providing total incidence value for both ways, with and without non-melanoma skin cancers?
Okay, sure. I'm the lead discussant for this charge question. There was a single slide. Is it possible to display that? It was just trying to represent the individual preliminary responses together. Diana, do you have that? It's a single PowerPoint.
Will doesn't have it yet.
Oh, he doesn't have it yet. Okay, sure. We can wait for a moment then. Thanks.
Would you like to share your screen?
Yes.
You can share yours.
Oh, I can share my screen. How does that, by plugging in, is there
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, he's not on Zoom though. No, he's not.
yeah,
he's
I'm not on the Zoom. Sorry.
There we go.
Sounds good. Thank you. Okay. So this was the charge question that everyone agreed was crystal clear during our first public meeting. Is there merit in providing total incidence values both ways, with and without non-melanoma skin cancers, right? So we had some yeses and nos here, and I know we've had a lot of great discussion. And so just to, recap a few, thought that the separation would be beneficial. And others said, maybe not, no, wouldn't be beneficial, and, minimal impacts, therefore, no. Based on our discussion today, is it more clear that we just had that charge question on basal cell carcinomas? That is a non-melanoma skin cancer, right? That is going to be primary. If we say, well, then of course we're going to present them with, non-melanoma skin cancer. I'm curious about the other part of it, the without. If you get rid of the non-melanoma skin cancers, do we even have a basis for malignant melanomas in the dose ranges that the federal guidance report 16 is working with. I don't see that there. So I'm seeing that without is not really viable. And so it's more we provide incidence with, and it's a single value. So I'd like others' thoughts here.
Anyone?
If you were to do with and without, you'd end up doubling the size of the tables, which wouldn't be very beneficial.
And there is
either.
a consequence of doing that, right? For end users, and what number do they use? Will they always have to pick the highest one, et cetera, et cetera? So I personally, responded saying that don't double report, take a position, pick a single value, but I'm open to other discussion.
Any further comments? I mean, I would wondering, scientifically, do we have reliable data to do that? Then I do think that EPA definitely has, needs scientific input to make this regulatory sort of decision, whether we should report, both or just without. Lydia?
Well, we have several choices, so we could completely dismiss it, we could provide both, or we could just provide one with. I think that because we have the evidence from hemangioma studies and from nuclear workers studies, we cannot completely dismiss it. And the ABOM study also included them in the calculation of the total detriment from solid cancer. So I don't think we could just really dismiss it and proceed without it. Or if it is to be done that way, a whole lot of explanation needs to be included in the report why we think it should be disregarded. I think we all could sign up under that.
Dr. Little, then Dr. Banky.
Yeah, I can't see a reason for excluding at least basal cell carcinoma, and it seems to me that we wouldn't be talking about doubling up everything. I mean, maybe it would be enough to give one table with showing, let's say, the risks with basal cell carcinoma included, one and one without. Maybe broken down by age group or something, but and so it wouldn't be a huge extra burden on the reader.
Dr. Banky.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Zablotska's contribution is appreciated, because what I believe the group would want to do is see the type of, references that you're aware of. We'll elevate that in our response to describe the understanding there. We don't know until we look at the details. It may be that the malignant melanomas is so small in terms of risk, but we don't know. If it's not clear, then it's hard for us to recommend EPA to close the gap in such a short, time period. But we can at least acknowledge what's available and put that forward in a description so that the agency can, decide if that's something they want to go after. But certainly pulling those references out, having us kind of discuss those details would probably be the way forward.
I have a question for EPA. When I see this chart question, my impression is that EPA is able to do both. Well, meaning that with or without. So I guess whether we're going to double up the work or not, maybe is not the concern of EPA. I guess from a scientific perspective, what's our rationale to make either the recommendation? That was my question to EPA. Okay, David?
Yeah, hi. Maybe somebody else could jump in too, but I just want to briefly say what my take on this and what spurred this. To me, I guess there's really two issues. One is, are we calculating skin cancer risks appropriately, properly, and all that? And I hear an awful lot of really good discussion about that. The other issue is just whether skin cancers, and I think it's maybe even confusing to talk about melanoma versus non-melanoma, since melanoma wouldn't even be, or not, as far as I know, are not radiogenic. But whether they should be lumped in with other cancers, which are generally much more serious. Okay. And so I think it's useful to think about the approach that ICRP takes. And, when they calculate detriment, they basically weight, the probabilities of getting cancer, according to how fatal they are, what the impact is on quality of life and so forth. And so to me, it's just, what really prompted of these charge questions, at least in my mind, was, this whole issue of whether skin cancers, which are generally much, of course there are exceptions, but generally much, much less serious than other cancers, should they all be lumped into one basket? When we say here's our risk coefficient for incidence, that's basically it. So obviously, fatal skin cancers should be included, but should non-fatal skin cancers be included in that big basket? And that's all I want to really say. As far as whether we can calculate it, it's once we do the calculations, of course, we could put them in it's not no great burden, to put them in one type of table versus another.
Thank you, David. Any further comments from panel members on the scientific, public health, and the clinical significance of putting melanoma and non-melanoma cancer together? It's very unusual that we're so quiet. Does that mean that the group needs further discussion? What?
I guess I'm not sure what the question, could somebody rephrase what the question is? Is it whether we put these two together, or whether we report them each separately, or whether we don't report them at all? I mean, I'm hearing some comments along those lines either, so I'm just not sure what the answer is. I mean, I personally don't believe these two cancers should be put together because they have such difference in outcome. They are not the same cancers either. And I mean, if I were to dream about what the future looked like for all of this, it would be about listing cancers by their molecular phenotype instead of by their body location, which I think is going to become archaic in another 10 years. So why would we add together two cancers that we know are very different? I don't know. So I'm in favor of either keeping them apart. I probably would not be in favor of eliminating them altogether because they are radiogenic. And as Mark noted earlier, we include thyroid cancers in our list, which are, very curable. They tell us something, they're kind of an indicator of directions. So I think that as indicators, they would be very important. So I would rather have both of them in there. Maybe separated, but that's my opinion, if I understand the question properly.
All right, EPA can clarify.
Ms. Armin, I'm sorry, EPA again. And David, correct me if I misstate this. I think what we're looking, Gail, is that in Federal Guidance Report 16, for those exposure scenarios and for radionuclides, we report two values. What's the risk of death from cancer? And we lump all the cancer types together. That's the total cancer. What is the risk of dying from cancer? And the other column is incidence, essentially. We call it morbidity, but it's really incidence of what is the chance of getting cancer. So if you have this exposure scenario for each of these radionuclides, what are the chances that you get cancer? And what is the chance that you die from cancer? These are the two values. I think for the death one, it's clear. Where we include, if there is a chance of dying from skin cancer, that's included. So we have no, basically, that's pretty clear cut. That's a chance of dying from cancer. And if it's something external exposure and you get, there's a small probability, but that's included in dying from cancer. The question is when we report getting cancer, because they're saying, what are the chances of you getting cancer? And in Federal Guidance Report 13, because these basal cell carcinomas, first of all, are so common, and a lot of them are treated outpatient. Some people have actually multiple cases of basal, so there are multiple times that they get this cancer and it's treated. There's a small chance some of them advance to become serious and become fatal. In that case, we report them. They're reported as a fatal cancer. They're in the registry as a fatal die. But a lot of the incidence of cancer, at least in this country, we don't even record them. There is no, in the CA registry, they're not even recorded. So the data is even kind of not there. And what David was saying earlier was that because it is so prevalent and we get so many of them, even though the number is kind of fuzzy, to put them together with cancers that are much more serious, liver cancer. That was another reason of excluding those from reporting under incidence, not under mortality, but under chances of getting cancer. We excluded those non-melanoma skin cancers, and we would say it specifically, this chance of getting cancer does not include that. And I think that's what our thinking was, that in cases that somebody gets basal cell carcinoma and it is part of the radiation, it is cancer. So are we doing it the right way by not including them? And but if we include them, that's what we were kind of thinking, and we wanted to ask you. So I hope that kind of.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just one follow-up question, and it relates to the fact that, EPA obviously has access to the results and, different cancer endpoints, et cetera. So by including these non-fatal skin cancers, it was clear, yes or no, that in several instances, the numbers were significantly influenced and they significantly increased. And so the agency now is asking this question to determine, wow, with this increase based on other past studies, we are stepping forward with a new number and it is higher. Are we comfortable with that new number? Is the panel comfortable with basal cell carcinomas being a driver to incidence in, would you say, 20%, 10%, 50%? What was the overall?
It was mostly with external exposure. So in the external exposure scenario, I don't know the number, but yes, it would increase them significantly to include those. Yeah, and that's what we sort of made us pause. That should we do that? The practice again, the FGR 13 was not to report unless they're fatal, not to report them under the incidence.
Very helpful to get that clarification.
Thank you. Dr. Pfeiffer.
Just a comment on the incidence, because we played with Medicare data, we tried to get a better idea of the incidence of it, and it was nearly impossible to do it. So again, given the extremely vague information on incidence of those, it's probably not advisable to put too much hope on those.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I mean, if we can't get the data that's accurate, then what's the point?
Well, I just reiterate what I said previously. There is data. It's it's partial.
In the US.
Yes, in the US. There's this report of Scotto and Framini from the 80s.
Scott of Fears and from many 83. That's what it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's referenced. If you look in the UNSCR 2006, it's referenced there. That's what was used in the UNSCR 2006 report as the basis for the calculations of non-melanoma skin cancer. For the population at risk. Now, as I said, the US RadTech cohort could be used also to derive rates for admittedly this is a predominantly female cohort, but it could be there are males there and it's obviously mostly white, but but anyway you can for what it's worth, with all the limitations I indicated, you could derive rates, age and sex specific rates for basal cell carcinoma from that cohort, and that's more or less current. So
Can I just follow up on this comment? Because we looked in Medicare data.
Yeah.
And we looked at what general practitioners reported and what dermatologists reported, because mostly these cancers are not even pathologically confirmed.
Yeah.
So I would not trust a self-reported incident, a self-reported basal cell carcinoma necessarily, because again, the GPs reported 5 times the incidence than what came back from the when we looked at claims from dermatologists. So this is why I'm saying it's really tricky, because they remove something on the skin, they say it's basal cell, you don't even know if it is or not. So again, I would hesitate to use data from a single predominantly female cohort to make incidence claims.
Well, yes, I think you have to be cautious. Obviously, I think the only put in defence of the RadTech cohort, these people, of course, are medically trained to some extent. So so I think that's why we attach more credence to the reports that they would give. But yes, I agree with what you say, Ruth. It's very difficult to be entirely sure about this. I'd certainly be less confident about this than the Scotto and Framini survey, which I think was a really thorough bit of work, and likewise and obviously the UK registry as well, which is based on a sort of a national registry. There's it would be difficult to imagine that bias could result from that. Whereas it's quite possible to imagine bias arising from the technologist cohort.
Great. Well, it sounds like EP need to consider the feasibility of doing that. I mean, if scientifically the rationale is there, and feasibility also implies whether they're reliable and available data. Seems like the committee members have concern on that. Yes, Dr. Strand, sorry.
I was just wondering, how is the deaths due to these skin cancers, non-melanoma skin cancers, how are they reported? Are they reported well in cancer registries?
They're not in SEER.
They're not in SEER.
Nope.
Well, can they? I guess I should say then, can they be reported? I mean, or is just okay. Well, they're not reported now. Yeah. So the suggestion then, as I see it, is to possibly entertain the idea of reporting the fatal cancers, or trying to ascertain information about fatal cancers from whatever source there that's available. Sear, unfortunately, would not be. And, but for incidents to completely ignore the non-fatal cancers, non-fatal skin cancers, does that mean that you would report, what happens if there's a death due to one of these non-fatal skin cancers? If there's no,
Then it's a fatal, right?
yeah,
It's dichotomous.
yeah, well, one of the, a basal cell carcinoma or squamous cell carcinoma as opposed to melanoma. Would the mortality data be good, be good? Would the mortality data actually be scientifically accurate?
Any content expert comment on that to wrap up Scott's question? Or if you just have one case of I guess my question is that mathematically you have three options, right? In reporting incidents. Separate or both combined or not reporting non-fatal. So it comes down to scientifically both seem to be interesting options. It's more practicality and feasibility.
Dr. Xu, I just don't think that right now we're able to say what should be done or not done. I think what we could say is that much work needs to be done to review the evidence on background rates, risk estimates, different ages of exposure, and all of the force, and then provide an explanation why one way or another.
I agree with David. David, are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had the mute on. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't hear a little bit of it after Dan mentioned had a question about the mortality or the fatality rates. I just want to mention that we did have a little bit of discussion of what we did on skin cancer in the Blue Book. So you could look at that. And I was actually looking back to see how we estimated the baseline rates. So there's a little bit of description there. There's some referral to, that we used data from, some data from state of Rhode Island was available, that there was a total of 12 fatal skin cancers in the state of Rhode Island. I don't know what time period or whatever, but I just want to mention, that. And that's basically it. But I again really do appreciate all your comments on this.
Thank you, David. By the way, we're way ahead of schedule. We not only we're timely, we actually exceed our target. We already finished almost 2D.
Well, we could use some today, they can actually start writing up their.
Yeah. Well, I guess if there's no further discussion, we can utilize the remaining 15 minutes or so, do whatever you need to do to catch up. And then we'll take a lunch break at 12 and come back at 1:30, so hour and a half for lunch. Okay, Dana?
Yes.
Okay, so we got 14 minutes. We're 14 minutes ahead of schedule. We can sit here, continue our small group discussion, and the lunch starts at 12, come back 1:30. And we'll head right into charge question 3.
I summarized the single
What? Thank you so much. All right, welcome back for the afternoon session. So we have three charge questions to go through, 3A, 3B, and 4A. We're ahead of schedule. So let's have a moment to see if we want to revisit or any follow-on issues for charge question 2A to 2D. All right, looks like we're good. And let's start with charge question 3A, the lead discussant, Dr. Simon.
Okay, great. Can I show slides from here, or do I need to send them to Diana?
We don't have slide.
He can share.
No, I haven't sent you any. Can I show them from here, or do I need to send them to you?
You can share it for, yes, you allow, you give the permission to share your screen.
All right, let me just pull them up really quickly here. Let's see if I can do this. Would you tell me when you can see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, great. I made these in a hurry. I really didn't, I'll be honest with you, I didn't have slides, but Dan's presentation that I saw prompted me into making slides for 3A. So briefly, and I will try not to take an undue amount of time. Charge question 3A states have limit. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I placed it in the wrong thing. Oh my gosh. That's not our charge question. That's from Dan's. Okay. That should read. Hang on. Just give me a second. I'm having a little trouble with my getting this to work right. There we go. All right. Sorry about that. Our question is, are appropriate use scenarios for these risk coefficients adequately discussed? Well, first, let's look back and see what those use scenarios are. I took these two slides from the EPA presentation, that's slide 8 and slide 92. They're worded in slightly different ways, but pretty closely. I think the main points are that the risk coefficients may be interpreted either as the average risk per unit exposure for a population exposed, and it gives A and B throughout life to a constant activity, or for multiple or single acute exposures, and it gives possible uses. Slide 92 is written in a little bit different terms. It mentions acute exposure of a population or a lifetime exposure, or a lifetime exposure to a time-varying environmental concentration. So these are worded in slightly different ways. I think they're both applicable since both of these slides came from the EPA. It may be in the report even in a slightly different form than that. In fact, I think it's more like the slide 8 from page 2. But in any case, these are generally the uses of the risk coefficients as defined by the EPA. So what I'm going to do in this presentation is I'm going to quickly go through the comments provided by each of the, I don't know how to make this work, by each of the participants on this subgroup, Maya, Roland, Harry, Bruce, and Dan, as listed there. I'm going to briefly go through the comments So I can do that quickly, but I'm going to then let any one of those persons embellish their comments. I'm not going to call on them unless they would so like to volunteer to embellish what I pulled out from their comments. Okay, I'll start with myself first. As I mentioned yesterday, I have some concerns about the use of the word average since it implies many different mathematical meanings. And I don't really mind what the EPA means by it as long as they're very clear about it. So beginning in this section, I recommend that the text needs to be more articulate about what is being averaged and why. And this goes for all uses of the term average throughout the whole text, throughout the whole report. Where I first came up with the idea of E-weighted dose. One of my comments that may appear in another presentation is really not a to the explanation we had by EPA presentation yesterday, but this does not exist in the report. Furthermore, the only reference that I recall in the report is the Bellamy 2015 paper. I think that's the year. I recommend a broad consensus report, such as NCRP report number 181. This should be consulted and including as a reference. I found the next line in the text on page 26 to be a little disturbing to me. Maybe some of you would agree or disagree, but I suggest to change the concept that here I say risk is proportional to the intake. That's what's written in the text. I suggest to change that is risk is proportional to the dose delivered from the intake. I'm not sure how or why it was written that way. If there's a good reason, someone can tell me. If it's just an oversight, then maybe it can be changed. Next, I'd like to bring up the use of the word per capita. Here I quote from the report, and this left me with a really lack of understanding about what it meant. It said the use of per capita in this report does not refer to the DOE per capita dose, but rather should be interpreted simply as population average. So why they brought up this DOE per capita dose, I'm not sure. Maybe I didn't understand the context, but they drew this contrast to something I didn't understand. Anyway, this is in the same vein as the use of average. Just to explain what quantities the averaging should take place over. I do have the quarrel that the average, as I understand it, is over sex and age distributions, which completely ignores the uncertainties in the doses. That's a much bigger subject, and that will come up in someone else's presentation, I believe. But at least I want to emphasize that the word average should be defined. So I have a couple of comments from Maya, and I'm going to let her elaborate on this after I'm finished, if she would like. She stated that the section 1.2, which is exactly where this definition on the intended use of the cancer coefficients came from, she suggested some reorganization and restructuring. In particular, she made comments about table 1.1 and some of the text that she felt did not belong there. And these comments, I don't want to overemphasize them, but they can be taken in the same light as anybody else's suggestions to improve the clarity of the text. So I encourage the EPA to consider these, and Maya can further elaborate on that if needed.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. I think that's that sums up. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. When I'm finished, Maya, if you want to have further comments, that's fine. Roland provided a fairly lengthy discussion, which I'm going to boil down to just a couple of points, Roland, and of course you will also have the opportunity to embellish your comments. One of your important points was that the timing of the absorbed dose delivery, and this is all within the context of the cancer risk, the use of the cancer risk coefficient. So don't get diverted because it's really about detail, but it's really context of the uses. But he emphasized the timing of the absorbed dose delivery of vital importance to risk estimation. And I don't think any of us would argue with that. He says that to better acknowledge the timing of the delivery, the risk coefficient should be applied to exposure scenarios that either one, deliver the dose within a week, or to deliver absorbed dose of a few tenths of gray over much longer periods of time. And he stressed that the main objective is to differentiate acute doses from chronic doses. And I think we all know this issue and agree with this. It's just suggesting a more articulate and maybe even a more quantitative definition. Um, Rowan complimented the Bellamy paper on the RBE weighting. I just finished saying that I think other references should be consulted and also referenced, but I do compliment that part of the EMA that produced that paper as well. So, Rowan, at the end here, if you would like to embellish these comments that I drew from your written submission, you're welcome to do so. Harry provided a number of comments, uh, basically complimenting the committee and the report with a few exceptions. As noted here, talking about the risk coefficients in section 1.1, no divisor is noted. A definition is later given, but it would be helpful to have it in section 1.1. And he suggests that there's a need to explain why it's okay to use coefficients that are calculated for a constant exposure over a lifetime for time varying exposures. He just wants some explanation. And I think this is kind of a general comment, or it has general parallel in a way, that there are many concepts which seem simple just to say them, like RBE weighted dose or a constant exposure or time varying exposure. These all need some clarity because the EPA's job is to communicate both with users and the public. And I think we would all agree that clarity and transparency is really very important. And our question on the intended uses is a very baseline to the whole understanding of this report. If you don't understand the intended uses of the risk coefficients, the report would not be successful. So all these small comments, I really recommend that they be looked at carefully. Bruce talked in some length. He already raised these questions, and there was some conversation about it in reply from EPA, but I'll just reiterate that he asked why the ingestion coefficients for food and drinking water should be separated or why not combined into a single value. And he posed the question, is there a regulatory driver? We heard an answer today that there are times for users when they want to separate those. I think that's a valid reply. But he did provide this comment, which is useful. And otherwise, he said the use scenarios are appropriate. Dan was generally complimentary. He said, yes, the scenarios are adequately discussed. And he also mentioned table 1.1 as being an excellent summary. That's the table, if you remember, that describes when chronic lifetime exposures or acute instantaneous exposures, when and where they would be correctly applied to a population, whether it's the U.S. population, a non-U.S. population, or reference individual. And I agree, that is a useful table. It might need some additional text, but it's generally a very useful table. I tried to look at our comments, Diana, with respect to whether we really had a consensus. I think we do. There's general agreement within the subgroup on the general explanation given for the intended use of risk coefficients. That implies a consensus approval. At the same time, we have a number of suggestions to improve understanding and readability of this report, including some possible reorganization of 1.2, as well as to more clearly articulate the meaning and use of certain terms, including, for example, average and per capita, RBE weighted dose. And the next one will come up in the next question, but it's still related to the use of the risk coefficients, and that is the implications of uncertainty. And here I will just throw out, which I know which will come up in much greater discussion later, more quantitative descriptions of uncertainty. I was particularly struck by the lack of quantitative uncertainty. And we had discussion yesterday about why that was, and I agree it's a very difficult problem, but yet I still don't feel comfortable with the lack of any kind of quantitative descriptions. And then finally, the comments by Roland on to better articulate the quantitative differences between chronic and acute exposures. So these last four items are really to improve the readability and clarity and transparency of the report. And that should be couched against our general agreement that the intended use of risk coefficients is adequate for the report's purpose, and we, in general, will approve of that. So I think I will stop here and let my group, any one of my group, please raise your hand and the chair will call on you if you would like to embellish what you contributed to this review. I was pretty brief on some of your comments, and I may not have captured them adequately. I'm talking to the others in the subgroup. So would any of you like to embellish?
Thank you. In regard to Roland Benke's distinction between acute and chronic exposures, I would like to ask Bruce Napier to repeat the conclusions he had at the ICRP meeting last Friday about the Russian health studies. I thought it was really profound.
Thank you, Dan. We had an ICRP workshop last week in Vienna after the UNSCEAR meeting and before a writing meeting. So I was a little blitzed at the time. But they had a panel discussion and they said, well, what's the biggest thing you found out in all these Russian studies for the last 30 years? And my response, paraphrased, is that, much of what we know about radiation health effects comes from the lifespan study. And the lifespan study is people who are exposed instantaneously externally to radiation. And the Russian studies that I've been working on for 3 decades, about the same number of people with the same general magnitude of doses applied externally and internally over very long periods of time, come up with risk coefficients that are very similar to what we've seen in the lifespan study. And my comment at the time was that, that's really important because most of what we do in radiation protection is based on the assumption that those two things are similar. The effects from instantaneous external exposure can be extrapolated down to chronic internal and external exposure. And what we found in the Russian studies is, in fact, that is true. And so over either an instantaneous one-shot deal or something spread out over several years, up to 50 in my case, give roughly equivalent results. And, that's kind of important for radiation protection. I think what Dan is trying to imply is it's important here too, because you can use a time integrated lifetime risk coefficient for an acute exposure because the difference is not great. Within the uncertainties of all the things that we're going to argue about soon.
Bruce, could you tell us how big those studies are, the number of people in them, and what things were found to be statistically significant, what health outcomes?
It's several different studies. There's the Techa River component, which includes the East Urals radioactive trace, which was a tank explosion and some other things. That group is currently up to about 60,000 people, including, it's roughly equal men and women, and it includes people who were born during and after the event. So we've got age groups. And on the worker side, there's between 25 and 30,000, depending on who you count and when. And the doses there are primarily from either external, from working in the facilities, or inhalation of plutonium. We have the only group one of the only groups in the world where you can definitely say breathing in plutonium is not good for you. But what we've seen is that leukemias, liver, lung, bone cancers in the workers, and other things are very similar to what you get from Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
That's really fascinating. Just a question, how does latency of the effects come into play when you compare the long-term versus the point exposures?
I'm gonna look at Dan because Dan is the PI on the epi side, although Dale Preston tends to use a 5-year lag time in all of his analyses between exposure and then the start of other effects. Dan,
I
you
can't
Over
help on that
lifetime
very
that washes out, sorry, over lifetime, when you integrate it over the lifetime, you think that the latency effects are not very relevant then?
Well, you know, what we do in the analysis is to basically lag the dose by 5 years as the cumulative dose. So anything more sophisticated than that maybe may just be too difficult to implement.
But
I
you know,
can't think of-
over the lifetime of the last, I mean, these exposures occurred starting in 1950, more or less. So it's been 75 years.
Yeah.
We're still following some of the cohort because they haven't died yet. So I think that, you know, the expression over this time period is essentially the same as what you see in Hiroshima.
Yeah, this is Eric. There's no washout per se in the LSS. I mean, we continue to see excess absolute rates increase even after 70 years. So
I'm looking at Dan, but I think we agree.
Yeah, I do. There doesn't seem to be. The absolute risks are increasing in age.
I'm just the dosimetrist. He's the epidemiologist.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is, you know, great news, obviously highly relevant to the discussion for the end of this week. And I would say, has EPA even had a chance to incorporate any of that information thus far? Have you seen it in the modeling, or is it more recent, would you say?
I looked at the references and some of the ones up to at least 2014 were in there. Dan and Dale are working on the next round, which doesn't change things dramatically, but you know, they get better.
Yeah, that is really good, right? So it's going to provide support for the convolution, right? The timing of things, you know, which is very important. Obviously, some of the available studies for cancer risk have had mixtures of, you know, plenty of acute, you know, some chronic, more chronic is coming out now. This is extraordinarily good. And, you know, some of those data points appear to be within the ballpark, but yet different from some of the acutes, right? And so for the purposes of providing a suggestion on appropriate use scenarios, obviously, the EPA is not proposing negative risks, and it's not proposing zero risks, right? Where things start to get bumpy as you go to really low doses. So in terms of applying the EPA's current models to what would be the Russian data, do you have insights there on how that kind of forward projection works? Is it going back to the old model that you're familiar with when you compare? Because I don't know the study per se that you speak of, and it seems like it's really, really relevant. Is the incidence or the mortality both? Both, okay.
They're following both and have been for a very long time. Dan, or Dale, Dan, this Dan. You want to talk about those a little bit?
Yeah, I'm sorry, what was the question?
Yeah, right. So we're discussing the Russian tech, you know, river workers and the chronic nature of their exposure. The fact that it will include both cancer incidence and it will include mortality, and all impressions are that there's very good agreement from, you know, latest evaluations that past modeling is tracking very well with that data set. Okay. And so that's really good, you know, support for those workers. Are they receiving an accumulated dose of 1 gray, tenth of a gray, roughly? What would you recall where the
The
pool
I
of
think the
doses?
mean dose for plutonium among those that have the information is somewhere around 300 milligray.
Okay, 0.3,
I'm
0.3 gray, yeah.
But
Yeah.
it ranges very high. And
Right, so, is it possible to
and
show?
then for
Okay.
external dose, there's, the means aren't quite as high, but it's, there's plenty of evidence that you see external effects in organs that where you don't see plutonium effects, so solid tumors other than lung, liver, and bone, which is where the plutonium effects have been restricted to. And let's see, the effects of gamma exposure are in the same ballpark as the LSS, and there's a lot of issues about making sure the fair comparison is made. But if you properly look at adjust for age and everything, it does look like the risk of the chronic exposure is lower than the than the LSS, but it's still
Still in the ballpark, right?
Yeah,
You know,
it's still there.
yeah. Yeah, and that's just the differentiation that I was kind of hoping for in putting my remarks together, right? And understanding that there could be higher chronic doses that deliver a similar risk to what would be, you know, a short term. But I would like to show a table because it puts us in the same, you know, frame of reference. And I don't know if my table was able to include on the left. Let's just describe this, you know, briefly. We know that there's a lot of effort in dosimetry. Okay, and yes, we've had some comments on that, but we also would like to acknowledge dosimetry and timing as being potentially important here, right? And timing is not one of those that we've had the luxury of discussing much, I think, until the last about 10 or 15 years, right? So this is appropriate for us to kind of work through that right now. But in what I was able to obtain to provide some indication of where the data are to support cancer risk observations, right, is on the left, right? And timing is very simply broken into acute and chronic. Okay, I'll make an inference of decades or years versus a week. Let's not get hung up on what's short and long. Let's just take that as acute and chronic for discussion purposes. And I was seeing many studies with cancer risks being observed in terms of cancer outcomes at 5 milligray acute and above. I think the above won't shock us at all, but I was looking for where does this start to result in less conclusive information in terms of a cancer. On the chronic side, I wasn't able to find studies that came down to that same level, right? I was only able to find studies close to what Dr. Stram recalled with 300 milligray. And so if this came all the way down to 5 and 10 and 20, I would say, yeah, let's just, you know, say that's a factor of 2 or 4 uncertainty, and we've had to tolerate these things in other parts of the model as well as, you know, developing risk coefficients. So no, never mind. But because this was a larger, at least in trying to gather sufficient information to provide something that can potentially inform how we would apply risk coefficients, it seemed like there was still a gap in dose between acute and chronic. And I think this is going to be something that, you know, Bruce, your remarks are very relevant. If there's a data set that comes in at 20 milligray for cumulative that shows strong health effects as well as cancer, then that starts to undermine treating these things or at least trying to evaluate them separately, right? So that's kind of, where I was trying to point this in terms of our discussion. I'll let you make a few remarks because I did want to talk about the right side of the slide, but later.
Yeah, leave that one up because my understanding of some of the last things that Dale Preston was working on the Tetra, it's a, the Tetra River is essentially a low dose study. There's a lot of people, a few people with high doses, and that's, where you get most of your information. But if you do the dose response curve, it is statistically significant at 100 milligray and highly suggestive at 50.
Good. Yeah, we're closing the gap.
Yeah.
That's very helpful, right? So we see the gap closing. We understand there are going to be uncertainties here. It's worth mentioning. I don't know if there's an action that EPA, would take in this regard, but one thing that we can do is try and present it in a way that allows the agency to decide if there would be any use in considering this, because it still appears like there is some gap, and I thought I'd just point that out for everybody. There's a lot stronger evidence for those that are in the higher doses for acute as well, right? So no surprise there. Okay, so really what's shown on the right, this is a different part of the figure, but it still relates, is the fact that, wow, on the far right, there's the NCRP recommendation on negligible, right? And they didn't give a really negligible acute. They did, take some time to say that 1 millirem per year would be negligible. I just rolled that into a lifetime, right? Just so that we could kind of compare apples and apples. However, I did have to stay with their units, millisievert, okay, when everything else is in milligray. But the point remains is that if NCRP is saying that there's negligible around 1 millisievert, milligray for chronic, then there's the area between these 300, milligray over, decades on the left to roughly 1 on the right. You have 2 orders of magnitude now where we're extrapolating, and that's fine. This is where we need to work with reaching down and trying to get the most informative information for making regulatory decisions. But if you reach too far, right? Remember those plots on, what would be tracks through, tissue and how dose is delivered. You reach too far, certain things break down. It's really there on the far right where now it's that volume averaging where I find that by doing that at the very low doses, it's no longer representative, starts to break down. These are still extrapolations, right? Everything on the right is an extrapolation from what was on the left. I'm suggesting there could be a different point at which we're extrapolating from for acute and chronic. It might not be 300 or 5, maybe it's 10 and 100, right? The point is that maybe there's something that the agency, if not for this report, for future considerations of risk, might want to catalog. And I see the technical basis start to diminish in terms of scientific support for going to and extrapolating a factor of 10, factor of 100, and going to a factor of 1,000. That's where things start to get really, I would say, unfounded and more invalid, right? And that's kind of a point of caution, because I feel like implementing the lowest dose rates for the longest periods of time gives a risk that is probably so small that it would not be worth calculating. And if it is large enough, then absolutely we want to include it. So
we're coming to some discussion that we had several years ago at a joint ANS HPS meeting in Pasco, Washington. Same topic, and my comment at that point was that at some point the risk gets small enough you really don't care anymore, and to some extent where you're at your 1 millisievert per lifetime, you're kind of in that range.
yeah, thanks. I mean, it's not something new, right? It's just the fact that for guidance that's being developed now that will be used for, presumably a decade or more going into the future, what should be the position of the agency? And really, I mean, turn it back around, what are the advantages of calculating those very, very small doses and risks, and then magnifying them by a larger population, right? I think that gets into the whole collective dose discussion, which I think is Not necessarily right on point with what we're doing here, but I bring it up because it's hard to see the benefit of reaching down to the lowest numbers just to have them scaled by, larger populations. That's maybe I didn't make that clear in my responses. I probably would have to contribute better text for what we deliver moving forward. So thanks.
Lydia, please.
Just one small comment. I understand the argument, but this only works if you're absolutely sure about your risk estimates, if you have evidence. If you don't have evidence, you cannot say one way or the other are there a risk in the low dose. So currently we don't have much evidence, so we don't know, and we shouldn't be discounting and projecting the risk to the low dose. When we have enough studies and they're all consistent, maybe then we could sort of proceed with your argument. But right now, I don't think we have enough evidence.
Yeah, so it's a different question, actually. So on the right, NCRP, negligible dose. The question that you're answering is you would like to see the extrapolation past the right and continue to zero. That's what I interpreted your remarks to mean. I'm saying, no, we've done enough extrapolating either a factor of 100 or 1,000. Do not go beyond this. Do not accumulate people that have very, very small lifetime doses, right? And we understand the huge uncertainties, all the variations in background that start to, swamp this, okay? But if this is negligible 10, 20 years ago, I think it's still negligible today, okay? So I don't think it benefits the agency at all to go beyond the slide, off to the right, calculating things. Because right now there is no practical limit for what is useful risk information. So I'm just trying to point that out with the slide as well.
My interpretation of the discussion is that if we don't dispute linear, no threshold model that the agency is accepting, then the agency seems to have a reason to extrapolate to low dose almost without any limit. But then I think I also understand Dr. Benke's argument, that is, if you do extrapolate towards zero without any limit, we have increasingly less data and evidence to back this up, and the uncertainty is too great, and the benefit seem to be diminishing. So I think that there must be a compromise in between. I mean, unless we say we have clear evidence that the no threshold model is wrong, and then we can stop, linear extrapolation towards zero. Otherwise, we are not sending a consistent message that we accept no threshold model, but we don't want you to. So I think we're going to need agency to have a rationale. If you don't want to go too low, why is that? Even though we're not disputing, or we don't have evidence suggesting that no threshold model is wrong. Then I also have a question for Bruce. When you say the results shows that acute and chronic exposure essentially leads to the same risk, are we talking about all kinds of results, mortality, cancer incidence, all sides combined, or we only look at the limited number of outcomes results?
In the Tetra River cohort in particular, I mean, we've got 30,000 people living along the river and another 18,000 people out in the country who got exposed to fallout from an explosion and their children, and it adds up to about 60,000 people. We have strong evidence for leukemia. We have strong evidence for all solid cancers. It breaks down when you try to get to site-specific results because there aren't enough.
So the results basically is.
Dan, do we have any? I mean, for the workers, liver, lung, and bone are pretty obvious. And then do they lump up all the others there too? I don't really remember.
I'm looking at. I'm looking at liver and bone, and the results are stronger with the newer dosimetry than they were before. newer dosimetry as well as increased follow-up, more cancer cases, but really the big difference was the dosimetry change. We see a very, very strong effect of plutonium on liver cancer.
What about mortality?
More liver cancer mortality
Okay,
is
okay,
what we're
okay.
working with.
Interesting. Any further discussion from, sorry, Dr. Strand.
I'd like to make two comments. First of all, I hope in my lifetime never to hear anybody talking about extrapolating to zero. There is no such thing as zero radiation dose.
Okay.
This was a theme of an NCRP meeting in 2004. So US population on the average gets a millisievert a year, low LET, and 2 millisieverts effective dose. That's a whole lot more milligrays of high LET radon. That's a population weighted average arithmetic mean. I hope I defined that for Steve's satisfaction. But so we're looking at in Tetra River, maybe if you see something at 50 millisieverts above 70 millisieverts, that's amazing. So that let's not kid ourselves. You're not going to see data. There are no unexposed skin cells, over a lifetime. So that was my first comment. The second comment I'd like to make is this notion of repair time for biological damage. My limited physicist's understanding of radiation biology is the difference between an acute dose and a chronic dose is the fact that you may have repair while the dose is being received in a chronic irradiation situation. That would lead one to expect a dose and dose rate effectiveness factor. That certainly for higher dose effects, there's no question that, two-hit theory gives you a quadratic, and that's observed in all kinds of biological systems. I'm not talking about human health outcomes, but simple biology systems. I would appreciate a real radiation biologist, maybe Gail, to comment on what we would think about repair times as allowing us to distinguish an acute from a chronic exposure.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question of DDREF, right? I mean, we've been asking this question for years and years, and it's much more complicated than we think. For what basically ICRP is discussing is the idea of shifting away from DDREF and into an LDEF and a DREF because those are more calculatable. But the dose rate effect varies with tissue type. It varies with endpoint. And if you use life shortening as an endpoint, you get different results than if you use cancer as an endpoint. The only other point I would bring up, and I'll ask Mark to correct me on this, is when the data were done with the for the DREF and I think DREF for the MIAC workers, the numbers were different than they were for all the other studies. When the MIAC worker study, MIAC was taken out. And so that makes me a little nervous about basing everything on MIAC. But I'm going to ask Mark to back me up because Mark is the one who did that work. I only read it.
No, I didn't do the work, but I think it was actually Roy Shaw
and Linda Walsh did it. Yeah,
but what they found was basically if you as I recall, if the with the MIAC worker taken out, the DREF went down, so it became more nearly 1. With the MIAC worker in, it was the DREF was appreciably higher. I think it was about 2, wasn't it, Dan? Yes. So I'm not sure, but I think it was of that order.
Some of the discrepancy was going away by looking at people that have the same dose range.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Yes, they also, yes, they restricted to under 100 milligray and that, well, that there was appreciably more uncertainty then, of
I
course, as
think it
well.
was around 1.5 or 1.
Yeah. But it was, yes, it was certainly much lower than what you got just by throwing in all the data, including MIAC.
Dr. Simon.
Yeah, I just want to make this is all very fascinating conversation and fascinating observations about the lack of differences given the difference in dose rates. But I do want to remind all of us, and the physicists, of course, know this implicitly, and that is that all these conclusions are primarily based on reconstructions. And reconstructions of dose is far from knowing the truth. So if you tell me that different kinds of studies give similar results, I'm just going to say, okay, is that within the error bounds of both? And what is your confidence that we don't have biases in the dose reconstruction, which is very easy to have happen, especially for things like plutonium and alpha particle doses. I mean, come on, it's very hard to know where the dose is delivered, where the targets are. There's so many possibilities for bias in dose reconstruction that while it may be attractive to draw conclusions about, the absence or presence of a dose rate effect, to really know the truth from reconstruction, that's pretty hard. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, but one of the things we do on both the Tetra River and the MIAC dosimetry is supply Dan and Dale with 1,500 realizations spanning generally at least an order of magnitude or more. So that, the GSDs start at 2 and go up to 4 or 5, depending on the magnitude of the dose and the pathway. So there is uncertainty. And one of the nice things about what Dan and Dale have been doing is actually trying to incorporate that so that it affects the uncertainty bounds, not only of the dose, but also of the risk estimate. And, dose uncertainty does expand the uncertainty bounds on the risk estimate.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you completely. Dose reconstruction couldn't possibly be giving us true dose. And the question is whether, the dose realizations are going to work better if they actually truly incorporate additional information. Otherwise, if you just start to multiply things by random numbers, you'll actually weaken your dose response.
The other thing we've tried a lot, especially with the Tetra River, is validation. And we have, for the external doses, we have thermoluminescent dosimetry on bricks and buildings up and down the river. We have fluorescent in situ hybridization of cells in the people. We have electron paramagnetic resonance of their teeth. We have a lot of ways of validating these numbers, and generally speaking, they all overlap. So, I mean, we're not way off. I'm sure we're off, but we're not way off.
Well, this is a great discussion. It reminds me the saying, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. We're still discussing this. So, any further comments? I mean, we spent pretty good time to discuss 3A. Almost at a break time. Yes, Dr. Coons.
I just wanted to point out that these caveats are very subtle and they could be better explained. I mean, they say that these are derived for a constant lifetime exposure for a full population to the average person in a full population. And then they say it's okay to use them for a time varying exposure for a full population, but they don't really explain why that's so. And they say that it may not be appropriate to use them for an average individual in an age-specific cohort, but they use the word may, and which suggests that it might in some cases be appropriate. When would it be appropriate? So I think they really need to elaborate to some extent and better explain these caveats. And that's just a concern that I have about this particular chapter.
That's a thought that I had, but I was gonna bring it up in under section 4.
All right, let's see. Well, we can actually move up our charge question 3B so that Dr. Pfeiffer would have enough time to do 4A after break. Should we start with 4B? All right. Oh, 3B, sorry. So, all right, just lead it discussion. Dr. Strong.
May I have the slides, please? You have them now? I want to thank my colleague Maya of Tandilashvili. She sent me this PowerPoint presentation where she'd summarized, I think it was 1A, wasn't it, Maya? I'm going, oh, wow, what a great idea.
It was 1B.
1B, okay, whatever. And I thought, what a great idea. I hadn't thought of putting the summary in a PowerPoint. And she had this title slide up there. And so I stole her title slide. And then I think it was probably Saturday, I mailed out my roll-up to the people on the committee. And I noticed that Dr. Avtan Dilashvili's title slide has a new life in several people's presentations. So thank you, Maya. So next slide, we'll get to the questions on the next slide. I apologize for I did not have the time to reformat this so you can actually read it. Charge question 3 was discussion of application and limitations. The appropriate use of FGR16 risk coefficients is determined by assumptions and the underlying models and inherent limitations of the data. The panel is asked to discuss whether data limitations and appropriate use scenarios have been clearly communicated in FGR16 given the sources of uncertainty and variability inherent in developing risk coefficients. Specifically, and I'm repeating 3A here because Steve Simon's comment really connected these, I could inextricably to me. So thank you, Steve, for your comments. Anyway, are appropriate use scenarios for these risk coefficients adequately discussed? We just talked about that. And then have limitations of the data and sources of uncertainty been adequately identified and described? So next slide, please. I chose to try and disaggregate these things so I could try and make sense of these responses. Given the sources of uncertainty and variability inherent in developing risk coefficients, that's the overall label of the 3 columns. And the column headers are, have they been adequately identified? Have they been adequately described? And have they been clearly communicated? The they here is the rows, limitations of data and sources of uncertainty. So I thought, I'll try and divide these up into 6 categories. But in addition, many subpanel members, there were 7 of us on this subpanel, which I think was the record. I think 4 of us commented quite significantly on how to use the uncertainty information and whether it was useful. And I wish this had been a charge question because I think EPA needs to hear the answers to that, in my opinion. And so I have a slide on that for our discussion. And of course, additions, corrections, deletions, yeah, we all get that. Next slide, please. So there were some general comments. Dr. Avtandilashvili said, my general conclusion is that the issue of uncertainties involved in internal radiation dose calculations in 4.5 and 4.6 is addressed adequately for the most part. So she thought that was pretty good. So we'll take that. I should have highlighted that maybe in green instead of yellow. Harry Collins said section 1.8 begins. This is kind of a review. He as a good reviewer does, he kind of summarizes what he read. And I found that his pointing out that section 710 in particular gives some estimates of the overall uncertainty and risk estimates. And I really, I went back and relooked at 710 and agree completely that I think that's one of the outstanding points and parts of this report for me. Steve Simon says in chapter 3, he says that's unacceptably short. And I think what his short answer here is it should discuss the implications and limitations of the assumption made by the report, or by the wrongful choice of assumptions that might be made by a user. Dr. Simon, I look forward to hearing more from you on to elaborate that point. We could have the next slide, please. Okay, it's my bad here. So here's A1, have limitations of the data been adequately identified? And Harry Collins had quite a bit to say about this. The doesn't find that the inconsistency between the various dosimetric phantoms was adequately described. So in 5.3, it says voxel phantoms were used for most combinations of source and target regions to calculate specific absorbed fractions for internal dosimetry. But the sources and target regions in the respiratory and alimentary tracts could not be identified in the images used for the construction of voxel phantoms. So stylized or image-based phantoms were used. On the other hand, 6.4 says stylized phantoms were used for all calculations for doses from external sources. I think we had a little bit of an explanation of that yesterday with the fact that the external is FGR 15, and we're now looking at 16, and the internal is a different system. So I'm not sure whether that's a recommendation that we're going to actually act on, other than we'd like to have it more clearly pointed out. Have I got that right? Harry, would you rather read these? I don't know why I'm doing it. We can just make this a tag team, and you can read your parts and tell us more if you like. Should have done that from the start.
Well, one thing is that I noted that Mark mentioned yesterday that table 6.1 was very inadequate, and I had said here that it would be good if it included the photon energies, but it would also be good if it explained what high, medium, and low uncertainty were. And I felt that section 7.10 needed a brief introduction, explaining that uncertainty in the risk coefficients relating dose to cancer risk arises from uncertainty in various parts of the risk regression that are used to produce those estimates. And I thought that 7.10.1 should be rearranged and should point out that sampling variation has to do with the fact that the deaths that occur or incident cases that occur in a study population are presumably arising at random, and so there's some uncertainty associated with that.
Can I interrupt for a second? I've sorted these in a different order from the way you presented them. If you're reading from what you wrote, I prefer if you could maybe check what's on the screen, because we've got these 6 groups of stuff. If that's not possible to read, I'll just keep on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't. I can't
my
read.
bad. Is there any way you can zoom in on that a little bit, make it? Okay, all right, never mind. So here we're still talking about limitations of the data. So these, you have 6 comments there on the limitations of the data. So maybe we could stick to that. And again, I should have made this in like 10 slides, but so his second comment deals with the alimentary tract not having the same information that we have regarding the respiratory tract, where the most information about the tissue compartments that could not be modeled with, with voxel phantoms. So it'd be nice to see similar information for the alimentary tract. How thin are the cell layers? I'm guessing that's all in the ICRP hat model, but we'll can discuss that. And then nothing is said about the nature of the skeletal models from the University of Florida that were used as to whether they were voxel or stylized models. That's certainly one that EPA could address. Also, nothing in 5.3 or 6.4 about the sizes of differences for larger target organs that are due to the use of stylized rather than voxel phantoms, which are presumably small. So, I mean, this is a substantive one that we could get more detail on. Table 6.1 would be more instructive if it included photon energies. That's what Harry just read. And then 7.10.3 mentions DSO2, but doesn't mention the revision of DSO2, which came out in 2017, which still is probably within the window for FGR16. And then this is a comment I made in the preliminary meeting, and I'll make it real short. Does it matter that we're using pre-COVID life tables? I really have no idea. The Blue Book used only 2014, 2016 life tables. So this is a question. What would the impact of using new life tables be on this? Because we lost a lot of old people to COVID who didn't live to get cancer. So it seems to me that at least for 2021 and 2022, that might be significant. So next slide, please. This is have the limitations of the data been adequately described? And in my opinion, I thought they were, and nobody else addressed this in our subpanel. So, and again, I'm praising section 7.10. Next slide, please. Have the limitations of the data been clearly communicated? So now we're talking about communication. And this is I think a very important comment that can be resolved. And that's what from Harry Collins saying in the first paragraph of 7.10.1, the last two sentences should be moved to the beginning of the paragraph. First sentence should include the idea that sampling variation is due to random variation in the number of cases or deaths at a given dose, which is complicated by the fact that any study population has a distribution of doses which are themselves uncertain. So that certainly is something that would be easy for EPA to resolve, and I think would add value. Next slide, please. Okay, now, whoa. This is have sources of uncertainty been adequately identified, and we had a lot of lists of a lot of comments on this. Dr. Abdantilashvili said about subsection 4.6.1 that the human respiratory tract model, absorption model, it repeats what was said in 4.1, but unlike the other discussions in 4.6, it does not provide any measure or estimated factor for uncertainties on the absorption parameters. And this has been, these parameters are very critical for inferring doses from intakes of plutonium. Mark Little pointed out that in section 7.10.6, the possibility of selection effects in the Japanese atomic bomb survivors needs attention. And he goes on to discuss that in the literature. Mark, would you want to comment on this for us at this point?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, this is an issue that's been knocking around for some time. I mean, the idea is that, well, there's a 5-year gap really between the dropping of the bombs on the two cities and the start of follow-up. And it's known that there was very severe. I'm sorry. So start again. It's known that there's this 5-year gap between the dropping of the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki and the start of follow-up in the two cities, and there's known that certainly in the 3 months or so after the bombings, there was colossal mortality, up over 50,000 in each city, maybe more like 100,000 died in that 3-month period. Some of them, of course, were killed very quickly, just in the course of the bombing. But there was a large group of people that were that survived the initial blast, but then succumbed. So, and the idea, well, it's always been raised as a possibility that this induced selection in the surviving population, that they would be somehow healthier than other than the general population. So that's and that this would therefore bias the risk estimates effectively downwards. You know, so and so this this has been raised in particular by Alice Stewart and co-workers. And so Alice Stewart published a number of papers on this topic. And I think all you can say is it is. I think it is a theoretical concern, but if you do the analysis correctly, and so in particular account for errors in dose, that the things that Alice found in the a special version of the data that she created with information on these adverse early outcomes, epilation, and a few other things, then the differences that she found between the group that reported epilation and these other markers of effect disappeared, or largely so. So that the evidence of selection is certainly much less when account is taken of this. But anyway, there's other evidence also in relation to suicide. Another member of Alice's group, Tom Sorohan, thought that there was claimed to have found evidence of an inverse relationship between suicide and dose, which would suggest again some measure of selection. I'm sure this was correct at the time, but then this has been looked at again by people at RARF, and there's nothing going on. So it looks at the moment as if there isn't very much evidence of selection effects in the atomic bomb survivors. I mean, there still are some indications of things going on in the early years of follow-up. There's a sort of a U-shaped mortality response for overall deaths, which in the very early years of mortality follow-up, which does suggest some sort of selection, but it sort of disappears certainly by the late 1960s. That sort of U shape has disappeared. So in general, I think there's not very strong evidence of selection effects in the atomic bomb survivors. Sorry, it's rather a long-winded answer, but does that illuminate? I hope it does.
I look forward to your help in writing a recommendation to EPA on how we can summarize that to help.
Well, it's more or less as written there, but yeah, okay. Like I can expand it slightly if you like.
Well, in particular, what attention would you like EPA to give to this? Maybe we could draft something that would fit in there.
Not very much.
Okay.
I think the bottom line is that there isn't much evidence of selection effects, but maybe Harry or Dan would care to chime in here.
I'll use my mic. Yeah, I was involved in this work when I was at RARF 30 years ago or more, and for both leukemia and for chromosomal aberrations, we saw that if you looked at the group of people that had epilation, severe epilation, and that they had a dose response that was twice what the ones at the, who did not report severe appellation and, gave us a lot of confidence in our appellation data. But it does raise the question of whether it's, errors in variable, in the dose variable that's leading to this stronger, to this differential dose response. In other words, the appellation information may just be a surrogate for the data that's missing, because we don't have true dose. And we did some calculations, and the one thing that I think you could put into the report to EPA is our finding that if you allowed for about 30 to 40% coefficient of variation errors in the dosimetry system, you could explain away these effects. And so it gives us some information about how much error there is in the, if you assume that there's no biological underpinnings of this relationship, the observed relationship gives us information about how large the dosimetry errors are, the random part of them anyway. And so that's something that could go into the report, just talking about the various uncertainties. It could say that some work had been done and apparently continues to be done at RERF, looking at the correlation between outcomes. Several other ones have been looked at, I think, too, between outcomes and dose.
Yes, there were four. Microphone, please. Yes, there were four specific outcomes used, as well as appellation, oropharyngeal lesions, and purpura and something else. But anyway, so they're all markers of high dose exposure, and so as Dan implies, the would be to some extent markers of exposure, and so if you use that information and and you assume a plausible range for the dose error, which, I mean, you do actually have independent estimates of dose error coming from the various investigations of symmetry that have been done over the years. Then the difference in the dose response between the people that report either of these four types of effect and the people that didn't largely go away. I mean, it was actually the largest discrepancy was for cardiovascular disease, but yes, the leukemia was another one. But anyway,
did you really see the doubling of the dose response for cardiovascular disease?
Yeah, I think it was even more than for leukemia. Yeah,
using acute appellation.
Yeah. And so
that's right. You wrote
yes,
number of papers on that.
Yeah, well, one paper.
Let's go to David, and then we have two options: either finish this, meaning 3B, or we take a break, come back. How long?
We will not finish.
Yeah, we will not. Let's take a break. So, David, you have the podium for a quick comment. Well, then we'll take a break.
My very quick comment is we have a.
Can you get closer to the microphone?
Yeah, sorry. There's a very short paragraph in the Blue Book about this, and I also, and basically, it it refers to the paper, one of the papers by Neil. It also references an analysis done by Don Pierce, where he indicated that the bias associated with the selection effect would be no greater than about 15 to 20%, but I'm sure that's for all cancers combined. But I just wanted to point out that this is actually very helpful. Thanks. So I was also, maybe my question was, does that still sound reasonable? The finding by Pierce. I mean, I was ready to put my hand down as soon as you mentioned, what the bias, what you found for, cardiovascular and leukemia. But anyway, that's my whole comment.
All right, thank you. Well, let's take a break. Unfortunately, we're going to cut the break from 20 minutes to 10 minutes. Is that okay? Okay, all right.
We weren't even supposed to start. This 3 to 3. We haven't covered this whole thing again. So we go check the email last night. What I appreciate is if I have misplaced it. Not intentional, so.
But it's also less likely to have in person.
You go place and come online, and that's why I'm sure. Well, that's really interesting that the duration of yeah. Yeah, you got it. You got it. Okay. They don't want to move yeah. Yeah. I'm sure that.
That person in the room.
Oh, yeah.
We're just trying to think, that wouldn't be allowed in our building.
Be allowed in those buildings. Well, when I worked in a different building in Western, it was on the 13th floor and they had like a little roof that, like a ledge that went out. And we figured out how to open the door. And we would go out every Friday and have beer on the ledge. And listen to music that was playing down at the Museum of Contemporary Art down below. And one day, somebody apparently looked up and saw us. We got in so much trouble with the university. They locked that door, they pulled it. I mean, it was just like incredible. It was such a disappointment, you know?
The teachers forget to close that in.
It wasn't that we, I mean, it was a barrier to keep it from.
I know, but just in general, I can understand that, but it's too bad you weren't out of you.
Yeah, exactly.
We still haven't figured out what it is. I know. Very trusted to see if we can create something. Well, that's. Some kind of specific things. We discussed selection bias. In addition to that.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it is because I think the computer. The thinking is.
I am, yeah. So there's a trick in PowerPoint where you could just hit a number, enter the first that side. Right. So I'm gonna give you, we're gonna jump to the next process. Five days, let's sort of keep that. Let me look over your shoulder and page down a couple of things. Something else.
Let's see how that's there.
See, I'm not ready to talk yet.
Yeah.
Excuse me, we got a problem. Really? I seem to have omitted Dr. Zavodska's comments. I could have sworn they were in there, but I just went through the
You
slides.
opened it? Okay.
I want to start with her comment as submitted, about five kinds of uncertainty. So that's in the Word document, the compilation is our AV guy. Has he got the Word document with everybody's comments?
I forwarded it to, what's it, the IT guy?
Let's.
Yeah, but you can get two.
He's talking about, you're already showing his slides.
Yeah, but he seemed to have.
Yeah, it's very important.
Well, you know, you can let her explain it, and you can use your.
All right, okay, all right.
He has already been showing his slides.
Well, I mean, this is an artificial chopping up of this category, so this way.
I think I know what he's talking about. The paragraph that they mentioned the 5 categories.
Yeah, that's what
Find the
he,
number.
that's what he was talking about. I don't,
Keep going, keep
keep
going.
going. No, I reorganize them, so
Yeah,
it's,
yeah. Yeah, it's
okay,
right
here,
here,
here.
right here, right here. Where is it? No, where is strong?
That's fine, man.
You just step it out.
You want to say something?
No, I just was wondering what's going on.
Well, here's some discussion of uncertainty, Strong is gonna talk about, maybe he can chime in too.
I knew I didn't have to write much about this because I knew Dan, but yeah.
I've got just a Word document that has.
I sent out everybody this morning about the discussion on uncertainty, there's about the five categories, the EPA, and I assigned a number. So maybe you can chime in too.
Oh, okay.
Did you see it?
No, I
I sent it out. I sent it out to
What did
everybody.
you send out? I didn't see it either.
What's strong role about uncertainty? Let me find it. Then I send out to everyone.
Charge question 3B summary.
Yeah.
So then.
That's a PowerPoint, I know that.
Maybe we may not have, let me see.
Yeah,
The PowerPoint doesn't.
that doesn't have it.
Oh,
It's
then
in the
I-
text.
Oh, I have to send out the.
All right, welcome back.
It's getting cold again.
Can you advance the slides? Next slide. Next slide. And next slide again. Okay, here we are, slide 8. So Lydia, do you want to? Okay, well, we'll continue from where we were. I have made a grievous omission of some very important comments that I liked from this presentation, so we'll get to that later. Again, Mark, would you care to comment on the transfer of risks across populations comment that you authored?
Yeah, I mean, there's a limited amount of information known about this. So I'd say there's still considerable uncertainties, and this, I mean, ICRP generally, I think, for example, assumes a roughly 50-50 split between absolute and relative risk transfer of risks across populations. And this, I mean, this has some bearing on the particularly when it comes to comparing risks, for example, in the Japanese with for example, the risks that have been seen in groups of nuclear workers, which have which are generally sort of Western populations. It has substantial bearing on, for example, the work that ICRP is doing on assessing DREF, dose rate effectiveness factor. Basically by comparing the risk in a worker population with the risk in a comparable subset of the Japanese atomic bomb survivors. Yeah, so that's I think is I think in a nutshell the problem here. I don't think there's very much more to say really.
Can I ask a question? Mark, you said there was a 50-50, but this report is using 70-30. So what would be the effect of doing that?
Well, it would change things a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I mean this is the difference between BS7 and ICRP.
See you guys.
I mean, I think Unskier looked at this also in the 2006 report. I think also, but all they did then was I think summarize the what various committees were using, so I think there's stronger evidence for example, for relative risk transfer for absolute risk transfer for certain sites, for example, breast. Whereas for lung, it's much more like a pure well, it's the 70-30 split that's BS7 recommends, or the 50-50 split, if you like, that ICRP recommends would be much more justifiable. Yeah, I mean this was looked at by as implied there by Walter and Schneider. They did some analysis, which I must say rather unconvincing analysis, just fitting models to the atomic bomb survivor data, and using really the purely model based criteria within the atomic bomb survivors as a way of choosing whether the absolute or relative risk model were fitted best. But I mean that's not really giving you any information as to how you should transfer risk between populations. So I think they slightly missed a trick there, but yeah. So, I don't think there's very much more to say really.
Okay, well, you have identified two different sources of uncertainty that you thought were not adequately identified, and so we'll get to a recommendation about that.
Yeah.
And Bruce Napier says while the sources of uncertainty have been adequately identified, at least this we would, Bruce, I'm assuming you're thinking about dosimetry here, which was my focus as well. The categorization of only a selected few radionuclides into the classes A and E is a starting point, but if possible, it would be useful to extend these to the full suite of radionuclides and pathways, if only in a general tabulation. And I do not recall right now how thorough that tabulation was in Powell et al. 2007. That was FGR 13 uncertainty that followed the uncertainty reports. And then Bruce will join the rest of us later because we have questions about the uses of these. So next slide, please. Okay, Steve Simon. There are there's a lack of identification of things like covariance terms and correlations. So 3.2 states that risk coefficients for a given radionuclide, the risk is based on the assumption that it is the only radionuclide present. My concern here is about calculations that might be derived for a given risk. When two or more uncertain quantities are added in an error propagation formula, for example, when there is more than one radionuclide present and the total risk pertains to the presence of both, there are covariance terms that account for the correlations between the two quantities. In most every case that I can think of, there would naturally be correlations between the amounts of radionuclides present, particularly those in the same radionuclide decay chain. accounting for these correlations, or at least mentioning the problem, has not been discussed. The same problem, that is consideration of correlations, also exists when adding dose or risk contributions from different pathways. So correlations between doses and risks from different pathways of exposure would usually exist, especially for naturally occurring radioactivity in the environment. This is to me, this is a big ask. I mean, this is a kind of a back to the drawing board in some ways. Steve, are you online, and would you care to comment on what we should be telling EPA they can do about this, besides just more discussions?
I'll comment, Dan. We have the easy job, Dan. We get to tell them what we think needs to be fixed. So we don't have to tell them how to do that. David Powell mentioned yesterday that this is an immense problem because he talked about 1,000 radionuclides and different pathways and different age groups. We all agree it's an immense problem, and all I'm really doing is just highlighting some things that nobody bothered to talk about. I don't think they're going to be solved for FGR 16. You don't either. But they are very fundamental. And there's a whole bunch of these kind of things. Almost everything we do in dosimetry, except for sometimes a few measurements, is based on assumption. And assumptions have lots of possible errors in them. And that's the next comments there. What happens about wrong assumptions? Don't you think we should talk about the possibility of wrong assumptions and the implications of those? So all my comments, Dan, are just about things that at least should be mentioned, not necessarily solved. Although, for radionuclides in the same chain, I mean, when you have equilibrium, you could assume, that they're highly, highly correlated. So some things would be pretty easy to estimate in terms of covariance terms, but I don't even know if they did error propagation. I can't find anywhere in the report what they did, if anything. They just talked about sources of errors, and they did some classification, but I couldn't find anything about what they did or where the results are. So this is the devil in the details, which is pretty important, but I can't fix it.
Well, my understanding is there isn't a quantitative uncertainty analysis in Powell et al. 2007 or in this document. It's just these categories, and they're just categories. We'll discuss that more. So you have three more or two more bullets here. Wrong assumptions about chemical forms and implications about that. So I agree that the discussions of AMAD and chemical form and the correlations certainly can be addressed. Okay, and then the uncertainties and errors related to exposure scenarios. That would be the EPA Exposure Factors Handbook is a massive and continually evolving document, and so it would be certainly the variability of exposure scenarios is in the Exposure Factors Handbook, because they quote many different sources of the various parameters used in that. So all four of you. Go ahead.
If I could interrupt you, we don't really need to worry about variability, in my opinion, because that's really the variation between people. And EPA has already told us this doesn't pertain to any specific people. This pertains to some age, gender, average person. So what we really need to know is what's the uncertainty on the average for that kind of averaging, whatever the averaging is, which they never really articulated real well. But that's what we really need to know. I'm not so worried about variability. I mean, I don't mind you discussing it, and there is a definite difference between uncertainty and variability, but we're really interested in what's the uncertainty on these averages that they want us to use. Anyway, maybe that helps.
So my comment there, I thought the sources of uncertainty were generally well identified and did not have excellent.
We can't hear you, Dan.
Use mic.
I'm sorry. My last comment on the slide. I did not catch all of the things that Steve has pointed out here. So I would withdraw my comment there on the end of the slide. Next slide, please. Sources of uncertainty, have they been adequately described? And I think, Harry, you already mentioned this, the uncertainty in risk coefficients relating to dose and cancer risk arises from uncertainty in the various parts of the risk regressions that are used to produce the estimates. So this is just a request for an explanation, which I think is a very, very reasonable. Next slide, please. Dr. Abdulashvili says throughout section 4.6, there are no references for any statements provided except one for Dunning and Schwartz. I think that's a thyroid variability paper, isn't it? From 1981. Anyway, so we could use more references there. And we've already discussed 710, so that's kind of reiteration of Mark Little's comment. And then Dr. Zablaska, you are in here after all. I'd appreciate it if you'd take over for this point.
I just thought that to me personally, it was helpful to think on.
Your microphone.
Thank you. Sorry. For me personally, it was helpful to think about uncertainties in terms of 5 different types that were described in the report. So I think a lot has been said about it. Maybe if we just quickly go through these 5 sources of uncertainty. So the author said that they followed the EPA Blue Book and they considered 3 sources of uncertainty. And then also the Blue Book also has 2 additional ones that they did not consider, I understand. So the first one, we talked about the selection bias, sampling variability. The second one, we discussed transport of risk from the LSS to the US population. The third one, we spend less time talking about, but there is some evidence on that. I found personally that number 4 and 5 did not receive adequate attention, and in particular, dosimetry errors. There are now a lot of papers about the effects of uncertainties in dose estimates on the risk estimates, and this has not been discussed in the report. Mark and others are worked on the report from NCRP that just came out, commentary 34, which specifically addresses the effect of uncertainties in those estimates on the risk estimates. And there are a lot of methods proposed. So I thought that this could be added and improve the assessment, particularly because we are talking about extrapolation to a very low dose range. What effect will that have? And then the last one, cancer misdiagnosis, we touched upon today when we talked about skin cancer, but it has not been discussed in anything else. I know we are dealing with incidence data, but there are some issues there as well, in particular for hematological cancers that could be discussed, and some other things. So that's all I had to say.
Oh, yeah, can I comment on your last point? Yeah, I just wanted to draw your attention. There is a paper which just came up. It's from the USTR about the misclassification. So the outcomes. It's very short group, but that group is specific because we have autopsy reports and we have the death certificates. So and that paper discusses the differences between these 2 sources of outcome. So it might be interesting for the report, I think.
Thank you.
So this is a request for a much better discussion of these uncertainties. And I put that comment in this section C2. It covers almost every topic under 3B in one way or another. And then the last one, was a concern about how, the uncertainty expressions can be used, and we have, we'll get to that more. So if we could have the next slide, please. Well, this is awful. Okay. I'm gonna apologize briefly in advance, but I'm gonna give you a lecture about vocabulary here. And the distinction between uncertainty and variability in 451 is excellent and important. It could be enhanced by a discussion of when variability becomes uncertainty. And that happens when you roll up a population, give a central number and use that in a calculation. And the variability that went into that number now becomes an uncertainty in the output of that calculation. Variability and uncertainty, if you're talking about measurement results, can be looked at as two sides of a right triangle. They're orthogonal. And I say this because I demonstrated this quantitatively in a 2011 paper in radiation protection dosimetry, where I disaggregated variability and uncertainty. We had measurements of plutonium in urine, we had whole body measurements of cesium, and we had urinalysis of strontium-90, 3 separate data sets. And by postulating that the underlying variability was log normal, and we knew uncertainty on each data point, we were able to actually, using Bayes to simply extract the variability from an uncertain distribution that had a lot of negative numbers. That worked for strontium and cesium. For the plutonium urinalyses, 3,300 of them were baseline urinalyses. There was no information in the bioassay data about variability. The mean was 0, essentially 0, slightly positive, and the coefficient of variation, as I recall, was 670, which to me is the operational definition of 0. But variability becomes uncertainty when you move it forward. So I'd like to see that. But now the words error, variability, and uncertainty are not defined in the glossary, although nominal uncertainty is. The difficulty is that error and uncertainty seem to have been used interchangeably as synonyms in places in the document. For example, page 233, random uncertainties become random dose errors in the next paragraph. And so now I'm going to speak personally. It's my experience that over the decades that statisticians too often use the words error and uncertainty interchangeably. I began these discussions with Ethel Gilbert in the early 1990s, and this leads to confusion at best and mistakes at worst. So while FGR 16 is about models and modeling much more than it is about measurements and measuring, I strongly recommend that EPA consider the very careful distinction made by metrologists between error and uncertainty. And the references here are the International Vocabulary of Metrology, which is a 2012 document. It took decades to get to that, and the Guide to the Expression of Uncertainty in Measurement. And they're both available free. You can pay 400 euros a pop if you get them from ISO, but you can get them for free on that website there. Both documents are products of the Bureau International des Poids et Mesures, the International Bureau of Weights and Measures, fully supported by NIST, and these are essentially United Nations functions. This isn't something I just made up. It's not the glossary in the back of some epidemiology textbook or statistics textbook. But now this is measurements. So to understand the difference between error and uncertainty, one must first distinguish, this is for measurements now, and we'll generalize this to models and what we're doing here. But to understand the difference between error and uncertainty, you must first distinguish between a measurement result and a measurand. The VIM describes a measurand as the quantity intended to be measured. And there are long discussions about how difficult that actually is in many measurement cases. This concept of measurand is a neologism from probably the 80s, is the first I could find it in metrology. But it's that as they said in the early version, the measure end is the unknown and unknowable true value out there in this ideal universe. It might be thought of, for example, as the mean of a population when you only take a sample. That the measure and would be the mean of the population. The measurement result would be the mean of the sample. And you don't know what the mean of the population is. That's, at least according to the metrologists, unknown and unknowable, unless you have the whole population, and then you do know the mean. The point here is that error is the unknown and unknowable difference between the measurand, which is almost always unknowable with the exception of when you can do counting experiments, and the measurement results. So the difference between the measurand, which is we don't know, and the measurement result is the error, which we don't know. The uncertainty is our estimate of this error. Now, these are firmly and clearly defined and discussed in these documents. There's a lot of smart people been thinking about this for a long time, and they finally came to this consensus. And the GUM originally came out in 1993, was adopted by NIST in 94, and revised in 95, and now the current one is 2008 and seems to be holding. So what about error in statistics? All right, I'm not a statistician. My colleagues here clearly know that by now. But in statistics, error can mean the difference between a model prediction and an observation. But we're often confronted with incorrect notion, for example, of error bars around an observed data point, when they are indeed uncertainty bars. There's no such thing as an error bar because we don't know what the error is, according to the VIM and the GUM. Error bars, we're never going to get away from it. You don't have uncertainty bars in Microsoft Excel or in SAS or anywhere else. They're error bars. And that's just not the right use of that word if you believe these definitions. And I believe it's important to distinguish between error and uncertainty in this way. So I have heard throughout this meeting, I heard several times at lunch, people use the phrase measurement error. Sorry, folks, that just contradicts this. Please use measurement uncertainty or explain to me why it's an error, because it's not. And then clear definition of the three terms error, variability, and uncertainty are needed. And their use in this document should conform to these definitions. So they're not in the glossary. They need to be. I would suggest that this is not an easy job because we are going to have to deal with people who have used the word error to mean uncertainty throughout the history of scientific publication. And it's hard to change minds. So and then what sampling variability, this is the next bullet, refers here to the uncertainty in parameter estimates associated with the variation in the observed number of cancer cases or deaths within a study group. Sampling errors can lead to particularly large uncertainties for sites showing relatively small numbers of cancer deaths. To me, the meaning of sampling errors is not clear. And so help me out, biostatisticians and epidemiologists here, and let's see if we can help this poor physicist understand that. Additionally, in 710.2, on page 232, the reader encounters detection errors and confirmation errors. Here, the word error is now used with a third meaning. This meaning is identified in the VIM and the GUM, and it's blunder or mistake. It means the outfielder dropped the ball, right? So, for example, in statistics, we find the type 1 error. Well, that's a type 1 mistake. It's not an uncertainty. It's not an error. It's, in the sense of baseball, it's an error, but we're scientists. We're not talking about that. It means we made the wrong decision. That's a mistake, right? And so blunder is actually in the VIM as an English word that describes this. And there's no statistical approach that can detect blunders unless you see an outlier. Okay, then you say, well, that's probably a blunder, and we've all done that. The mistakes are not amenable to type A uncertainty analysis. Type A uncertainty analysis is all over metrology, MARLAP, GUM, VIM. MARLAP is the Multi-Agency Radiological and Laboratory Analytical Protocols Manual that EPA, I think, led. It's on EPA's website. MARLAP is. It's a tremendous effort for 2 decades. And it does uncertainty propagation from soup to nuts. It goes from A to Z. And we, for example, at USTR, finally just implemented a full MARLAP treatment of our radiochemical measurements program. But that's metrology. Now, in inferential statistics, the phrases type 1 error and type 2 error are used to mean decision mistake. I think I said that. Of mistakenly deciding a result was positive and mistakenly deciding that a result was negative. So, okay, enough about that. But there are legitimate uses of error. The difference between a model and a measurement result, right? The central estimate that's the error in the model. I get that. I understand that. I know it. I know what it means when a statistician uses error in the sense of a difference from a model. Okay, but the phrase measurement error, I would rather not hear again for the rest of my life. So anyway, can we next slide, please?
Can I make a comment now?
Please.
Dan, I think maybe there's a simple way to help EPA to use a well-defined vocabulary rather than sort of interchangeable use this and that and that. You know, let me take an example. Let's take a biokinetic model, for example. If I know the true model, then the difference between what I observe from what the model predicts is an error. But if I don't know what the true model is, well, statisticians would say every model is wrong, some models are more useful, right? So I propose a few biokinetic models. The variation or the difference between these biokinetic models is the uncertainty. We don't know which true one is. Then the measurement error that some psychometric people or about statisticians will use is really have 2 components. The uncertainty and the measurement error. We cannot really tease them apart because we don't really, as you point out, we don't know what the truth is.
What do you mean by measurement?
Measurement error simply says that, okay, measurement error in this case means the difference between the true measurement and the instruments that is lacking the precision.
That's uncertainty, according to the GUM and the VIM. That's not error.
Well,
when you say that, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a physicist.
Yeah, well, so I guess that's in different field, different vocabulary. And so when I say uncertainty, I give a working example. That is, I don't know which of the biokinetic models that we propose is correct. They are all deviating from the true biokinetics. That is the uncertainty. I don't really know. But this part of uncertainty gets into our data. So when you got data, you don't know how much, when you think about the error or the deviation from your measurement to the true kinetic output, right? And we think this is the difference between what we think it should be and what we observe. There are 2 components in it. One is uncertainty, the other is measurement, because measurement has randomness in it. It deviates from what the truth is. Just like I know what the true my blood pressure is, but every time you take it, you got a different number. That's measurement error. Because our instrument is not
metrology. That's measurement uncertainty. So I'm sorry.
Okay, so different words.
I'm giving you a reference. Now you give me a reference of equal strength, and I'll
yes. So
the other words, that's right. I just don't think we should be using the same word with different meanings.
Well, that's why EPA
that confuses the heck out of me. And clarity.
Yeah.
What is it, 4A or 4B is what we're going to get to.
I think you raise a very important issue that EPA needs to define the vocabulary very carefully so that to avoid the risk that we all interpret them differently, right? When you say measurement uncertainty, some people would say measurement error. I mean, I don't think our job here is to unify the vocabulary. I mean, rather let the EPA define what they mean so that we don't interpret them differently. Otherwise, we get into this discussion that I don't know if we can unify.
If you're gonna use the phrase measurement error, you should, every time you say that, say, this does not agree with international metrology use of this word. So,
Well, maybe our business is not here to define what we mean by measurement error. If we could use a unified phrase, what do we mean by uncertainty? That's probably more important.
well, I will get you these definitions.
Right.
And they're very clear, and they've been worked out by people way brighter than me over decades before they were published. And so, to me, the five things, variability, uncertainty, bias, error, and blunder, are all very distinct concepts. I've taught about this for 15, 20 years now. And I wind up, when I read this document, I got troubled. And so I'm proposing a solution, EPA, and you can dismiss that if you wish. I think this has been very well thought out. And our problem, my problem, let me speak for myself. I went to school before this was even invented. I went to school when significant figures was how we expressed uncertainty. We have long since abandoned significant figures as a way to express uncertainty. Uncertainty is a different quantity associated with a variable, right? And the nature of the uncertainty, is it log normal, or is it normal, or is it what do we know about that uncertainty? And so when we worked on the Russian health studies, we were trying to separate the number, like a dose. We got 2 rads on a film badge, and then that's plus or minus what, and how did we learn the plus or minus, and what kind of a distribution is that? And we went through this thing where we were trying to get the parameters, every parameter that we were using in those Russian health studies, in the dosimetry parts, we were supposed to be able to tell you all that. There were 7 things we were going to do. I don't know, I left the Russian health studies for other reasons, but I still contend that's what we need to do. So maybe I would perhaps, I just don't know where to go forward on that, because I didn't have anyone else in this 3B charge question group address this. And I find, if you wanted to go through, in my initial thing, I think the word uncertainty appears 70 times, and uncertainties appears 80 times, and variability appears, and you look in there and it's just a mishmash of what these things mean. And that confuses a simple mind like my own. So
this is very, thanks Dan for dive into this and given a very thoughtful discussion for EPA. You know, EPA has a definition in its risk assessment guidance documentation defining uncertainty. So I think you're right that, you know, bias, error, uncertainty, variability are distinct concepts, but in practice, since we don't know what the ground truth is, they all integrate together. We cannot really always tease them apart. So I think let's work as a group to find out what is the definition of uncertainty that EPA has adopted in its risk assessment guidance documentation. Even though chemical risk assessment may not be exactly the same as, you know, for radioactive material, but the concept is the same.
Well, the VIM and the GUM refer to all physical measurements, whether it's engineering, chemistry, physics, whatnot. So perhaps we should move on. I don't know if we have a resolution here, but if nothing else, BPA, please put these in the.
Okay, Gail, you have
tell us what we
Yeah,
need.
I'll just say that this is an issue under a lot of discussion everywhere. I mean, ICRP talks about this at almost every meeting to come up with definitions. So it's not like it's an easy issue. And I do want to reinforce the comment Lydia made. I made it somewhere that NCRP's done a report. It's not on this kind of uncertainty, but it should probably be referenced. And I found out that it's at the printer today, so it should be out very soon.
Yeah, why other people chime in, and let's find out a working solution, right? I thought David, you had your hand up early on.
Yeah, that was, maybe we should just go through this first. I just had a bunch of comments, you know, that occurred to me but maybe we should just go through the rest.
Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah, this is not an easy problem to solve by any means. So appreciate the discussion.
So the next comment I had.
Yeah, okay.
I just, you know, can you use the microphone, please?
Yeah, I guess maybe this is David, what you want to get to, but this, some of these comments about the detection error, this is really coming from the section that's talking about epidemiology, right? So we're talking about detection of cancer.
It's throughout the document. If you search.
Okay, but I'm just saying, so here, and kind of what was highlighting, so I just want to make sure that in the section that you're highlighting here for 7.10.2, we're really kind of just talking about,
Is that at the previous slide then? Or where are we?
yeah, the previous slide that you just passed.
Could we go back to slide 12 then?
Yeah.
I'm kind of lost here. I did remember that, but I'm not seeing it on this slide.
Okay, I just want to make that clarification
Go
that
ahead.
yes, this section is referring to just the detection of cancers, right? Detection error. And misclassification due to that. It's not necessary to a measurement or the biokinetic models or a number, right? It's just whether we failed to detect the cancer.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, in the epidemiology studies.
By detection, do you mean diagnose? When you say detecting cancer, do you mean you're diagnosing cancer or?
Diagnosis.
Wouldn't that be a better word?
Different diagnosis.
But that's exactly what I said earlier, that these three are discussed in somewhat, but the dosimetry errors are not discussed. That's number 4. And number 5 was diagnostic misclassification. You have it. But number 4 is not discussed. And that's a report that Gail was saying that, should be consulted and included.
Moving on, let's see, next slide. So, no, previous slide, please. So, I did not understand when I read the report, and someone else mentioned this earlier. The uncertainties in Paul et al. 2007 and referred to in this document are not the result of a traditional uncertainty analysis. It's a very qualitative analysis, and I think David Powell has attempted several times to explain that to me and get it through my thick skull. But so we have these categories A through E, and there is a notion that I was taught in physics, an order of magnitude estimate in astronomy, for example, or the result is within a factor of 2 or a factor of 3. And these are actually statistically impossible statements. And I show an analysis of why. And all our life we've heard this. But the problem is the result that we're talking about. Here's my order of magnitude estimate of the distance to that star, or my estimate of this risk is within a factor of 2. Whatever those may be, if you give me a 95th percentile, a Q95 in the notation of this document, and a 5th percentile, a Q5, and then you say it's with those things, the ratio of those is 15. That would be less than 15, that's category A. Greater than 150, that's category E. And they're a little bit different. I think maybe that was the 2007 rather than FGR 16. But yeah, so within a factor of greater than 10, a factor of 10, a factor of 5, 3, and 2, those are here. But the risk coefficient you come up with, or any intermediate number you come up with, has to be the arithmetic mean of whatever distribution this has. And if you've got a Q95 and a Q5, you have implied a distribution. And so all the statisticians in the room, name me one distribution other than the log normal that can give you a range of a factor of 10 either way for the 5th and 95th percentile. I would argue there is no other statistical distribution with that property. And what I can say is let's look at the log normal just for the heck of it. And you give me a Q5 and a Q95, and I can instantly give you the mean, median, mode, geometric standard deviation, and everything else you want to know about that distribution. I published a program to do that in 1989 when I was at Pitt. There's a program called Log Norm 4 that has been widely used in the Energy Employees Occupational Illness Compensation Program to, when you have very limited data, let's make up a log normal from that data that's based on the data. And so this is easy to do. And I submitted a spreadsheet to Dr. Wong that has not been distributed, I guess, because it wasn't in Word or whatever. But that spreadsheet went in, and I would love to share that. But anyway, that point is the calculations I'm about to show are a result of that. Anybody who wants it, you
The
can get it from me.
spreadsheet was distributed to
Oh.
the entire panel.
The
They can check the
spreadsheet?
email.
You actually had an Excel spreadsheet? Oh, okay, I didn't see that. My apologies. My apologies. I did not catch that. Anyway, the point is, let me just, maybe, if we could have the next slide, let me just show you, in the table. The bottom table is FGR 16. And so if you have fit a log normal to something that's within a factor of 2, then the 90% confidence interval, which is Q95 or Q5, is 4. So within a factor of 2, one way to the other, that's a factor of 4. The geometric standard, the log of the geometric standard deviation is easily calculated. Geometric standard deviation for that is 1.52. And when you get up to more than a factor of 10, the GSD is 4.05. And so just assuming, just for the heck of it, that the median, the 50th percentile of this is 1, just for argument, then Q5 in the category A would be 0.5 and Q95 would be 2. The average is 1.09, not too far from the median, right? 1.09, that's a 9% uncertainty. In the 1989 report of the National Academy of Sciences on dose reconstruction for the atomic veterans, there was one person on that panel, Ethel Gilbert. And Ethel Gilbert is a statistician who I have enormous respect for. But there is a written argument saying, well, these are pretty close and we're just going to ignore the difference. And that's what they did for the atomic bomb, or for the atomic veterans dose reconstruction. And I've had this argument with Ethel. I've had it with 1 million people, and I'm going to continue. So that's not too bad. Let's go look at the category D, factor of 10 either way. Well, then if we're assuming that Q50 is 1, then Q5 is 0.1, Q95 is 10, Q average is 2.66. That's not 1. And so here's the times are divided by intervals. It's the average is times 3.75 divided by 26.6. It's not within a factor of 10. The average is not within a factor of 10. The average is within a factor of 3.75 of the upper number and 27 of the lower number. And so throughout this document, we say, well, we have this number and it's within a factor of 3 or whatever. Somebody convince me that that is a meaningful statement, because I cannot find any statistical distribution that says that. And people are thinking maybe in terms of a normal distribution. I don't know how we got here in our collective thinking, but these asymmetric confidence intervals, multiplicative confidence intervals not in log space, because they're symmetric in log space, but we're not in log space. We're in dose space or whatever parameter risk coefficient space. And those are not normally distributed. So my problem here is that I just don't understand these statements. Whoever made that statement wasn't, if you just make a statement, something's within a factor of 10, I could believe that the geometric mean or the median are within a factor of 10. I will never believe that the average is, unless you show me if somebody's got a different distribution.
Okay,
I
then
can't find one. So
let's let David maybe respond to this, and I could come up with a follow-up comment. Then we have to move to 4A, and we can come back.
Okay, well,
revisit.
we'll have to come back. I was
Yeah,
gonna say
yeah,
the previous
yeah.
slide, there's many other comments from people on this.
I know. David?
Okay.
Yeah, let me just make a couple general comments first, and that is that maybe one thing that we could do to hopefully we'd all agree that would have made things easier in reviewing this report is there's a lot of details that have been worked out often many years ago that are in the blue book, that are in this 2007 report on uncertainties that Dan is just referring to. And maybe one thing that could have been done is do a better job in bringing some of these details into the FGR 16 report. So that's just my first comment. So for example, I mean, and I'm sorry, I want to just check a few boxes first of comments that have been made before I get straight to Dan's. So I think Lydia mentioned some important points about how we discussed uncertainties and so forth, especially for dosimetry related to dosimetry. I'm really trying to be very cautious about what terminology I use. Some of that I think is in the blue book. And so I just want to mention that. In particular, we talk about, that there's some sources of uncertainty that lead to, that you classify as systemic, others as random, and that's in there, at least to some degree, maybe not sufficiently. There's more that I could say about that. To me, one big issue is, we all know that most of the risk estimates, whether we, no matter whether we update them to using the very latest references or even if they rely on the models derived the blue book, derived from BEER 7, those models are based primarily on the data from the atomic bomb survivors. And so the big issue is just, what type of bias might result from, let's say, uncertainties in dose, in the risk estimates and ultimately the projections there. So maybe that's enough I want to say about that. Some of the details about, where these categories came from and how how we arrived at these results, they're in that 2007 report, and I could go over them if you wish, but I just wanted to mention that. Here's just a real quick one. Here's something I could actually answer fairly simply. I think Lydia asked a question about how much difference it would make whether we assign a 70% weight to the relative risk model or a 50% weight, and that really is determined to a large extent just on what the difference in baseline rates are between the Japanese, for the atomic bomb survivors and what the baseline rates would be in the U.S. population. So it makes a big difference if you're talking about something like liver cancer, where the baseline rates are very, very different. Not so much, I think, for something like colon cancer. So that's that. So now, finally, to get to some of the points that Dan is coming up with. Is bringing up. Again, and it's in the 2007 report, you have to really think of this as more of a sensitivity analysis. And so, let's just look at the uncertainties associated with the biokinetic and the dosimetric models. So what Keith Eckerman and Rich Leggett did was they first said, we were actually tasked to come up with some description of the uncertainties for all these 1,000 radionuclides, et cetera, et cetera. So they identified, you know, major sources, major sources of uncertainty associated with these biokinetic models. And let me see if I could find what I just looked up before. So, for example, for dose estimates for the colon and stomach for ingestion of ruthenium 106, what they did was they said, okay, they said, okay, it certainly depends upon a whole lot on what the systemic model that you use. And so they basically said, okay, well, they just use 3 different systemic models to just illustrate what the uncertainties might be. It also, you could also get very different results depending upon what F1 value you use. So they identified 2 different F1 values, actually 3 different F1 values as I look at it. And then 2 different values for SE. Okay, so and so basically you have this kind of factorial type of design. I think I came up with 3 times 3 times 2. So you have 18 different possibilities. Okay, and then they basically calculated what the doses to the colon and the stomach, and of course all the other tissues would be when for these 18 different possibilities. Okay, so this is really is in the spirit of a sensitivity analysis. There's no implication, there's no suggestion that each one of these 18 different possibilities are equally likely, or there was no attempt to really assign any type of probability distribution to these different possibilities. So that's just one thing I want to mention. Now,
David,
yeah.
So I think I'll follow on your comment. That is, maybe the use of Q95 and the Q5 is leading to misinterpretation that you have an underlying well-behaved distribution to describe these quantities. What you really did is using sensitivity analysis to look at the uncertainty. You basically say, well, a value ranked on top of 5 percentile or low 5% versus 95 percentile is within this range. So that might be a language EPA should use.
Actually, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But except.
But define what do you mean by
it's unfortunately what we did was a little bit of a mishmash because this is what Rich and Keith came up with. Okay. Now, on top of that, of course, one has to go ahead and say, okay, well, what ultimately are the uncertainties in these risk coefficients? So for that, I actually did assign a probability distribution. Okay, and that was based upon some expert elicitation that I think Mark Little did. He could have described it before, but I assigned distribution, uncertainty. I actually assigned distributions to what probably the risk per sievert would be, risk per unit dose would be for, the different tissues. And so basically combined all that information to come up with some type of pseudo distributions, for those risk coefficients.
Sure, David, maybe we really need to move on. Thanks for the response, but I would add one comment, that is, when you look at the well-behaved distributions, which are not many, just name all the distribution or we know, handful, right? But real data, this distribution only cover probably a very small fraction of real data. For most real data, we have no idea what the distribution is.
Yeah.
But it's not good enough. So I guess, to answer, Dan did a great job to look at the log normal, but keeping in mind, log normal is well-behaved distribution with finite variance, so you don't see that type of thing. So I would really caution David that maybe we should, when you rank this different level of uncertainty, maybe if we don't have to say this follows a normal distribution, maybe we don't have to. It's just range of variation due to different model assumption, different those metrics, and whatever uncertainty would it be. With that, I think we will have a chance to revisit this issue, but maybe we should move to 4A so that we at least get this discussion started. Dr. Pfeiffer. Sorry to cut everybody short.
Yeah, thank you. I had some slides as well. If we could pull those up, that would be helpful.
20 minutes behind schedule. Great discussion. Dan, good job.
Well, we need to finish it.
Yeah.
We need to finish this discussion because, you know,
We can do it tomorrow morning because
Well,
that's 5 a.m.
has EPA used the average values?
No, that's,
We're definitely doing this. Okay.
Yeah, or did they use the median?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I'm cutting this discussion short. So this is the summary, and it's gonna be a much higher level summary of charge question 4A. Is FGR 16 comprehensible? Is it accessible and appropriately written for the intended audience? And are there any issues with the writing organization, formatting, navigation, etc. of the report and the tables? And I did not use the beautiful title slide by Dr. Avdan Didashvili, even though she's listed as the first person here. So again, I just summarized. There were a lot of very detailed comments. Some were editorial, and you can find those in the compiled summary of the various reviewers on this specific charge question. So the general response was, this was felt by all the people who were reviewing this, that the general organization as well as writing style was adequate and clear, but there were definitely some points where the presentation could be clarified and improved. So one thing is that I think the terms risk and rates need to be clearly defined. And Dr. Stram had several comments here. And the second point here is one that's going to be addressed by another group, but it's a really key semantic issue, namely the use of the word morbidity. It's really misleading, especially for the statisticians. I think we've heard this now throughout. It should really be replaced by the word incidence, because morbidity is a mix of prevalence and incidence. And this gets back to the use of the word risks versus rates.
Could we have the next slide, please? I think you have a slide.
Oh, sorry. Next slide. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Next slide. I'm sorry. I forgot to advance. Yeah. So incidence refers to a rate, which is used typically for newly diagnosed cancer that occur in a very tiny time interval. Morbidity is a mix of prevalence and incidence, number one. And the other problem with the use of the word morbidity is that it refers typically to symptomatic disease, which is not necessarily always the case for cancers that get screen detected, which is a big bulk of prostate and breast cancers, and now even lung and colon. So again, the use of the word morbidity is problematic on several levels here. And then I was focusing, as well as Dr. Stram, on chapter 7, because again, I'm a statistician. So myself and Dr. Stram found that chapter 7, while very clear, it may be a bit challenging for many statisticians who are not that versed in the radiation epidemiologic modeling, because the models that are used are a little bit unusual. So they deviate from the standard Cox regression model in that they are linear in radiation dose. So again, it's a semantic issue to the use of the word linear, because when statisticians hear linear, they typically think about linear in the parameters and not so much linear in a relative risk term. So again, clarifying that and adding explanatory language may be really helpful. And I don't know if you want to say something else to that, because you wrote a lot on it. Did you want to comment further on it?
Oh, yeah.
You had a fairly detailed response.
Yeah, I was detailed about things like the definition of a linear model, and the fact that modeling the baseline risk in order to get a model for the full distribution is is something that many statisticians don't really learn about at all because of how much dependence there is on Cox regression modeling, where relative risks are all that's estimated. And the and even writing out the form of the model can sometimes there's an absolute and there's relative risk models, and in the relative risk models there's or in both of those there's dose, and dose can be treated as just so if I'm modeling a linear quadratic model, I'm not being linear in the sense that we refer to in epidemiology, in radiation epidemiology. Whereas, and if I asked someone to, one of my colleagues who is unversed in these models, they'd have a hard time understanding what I mean. And so that I think it would be very helpful to have a little more detail about the modeling practice. Where does the dose variable go into this, and why why are we sticking to a linear form in many cases, or a linear quadratic? And that's because we're motivated by the linear no threshold model, that allows us to think about things like collective dose and or per capita dose is the term that's used here, and the number of cancers expected, where it's really the hazards. So I just want to try to give maybe try to work with somebody to develop a 1-page or 1 paragraph description of this. I think that's what we can offer.
That would be great.
Yeah, this is another example of terminology using different fields of science, right? When statisticians talk about linear model, they don't mean linear in dose, linear in parameter. So even if you have quadratic dose response relationship, it's still linear model, although it's nonlinear with the explanatory variable. In this case, it's the dose. Yeah. So I think these are easy to address. We just need to make sure that we don't misinterpret that. And okay, should we move on?
Yeah, next slide, please. So one thing that came up repeatedly was that there needs to be more discussion how risk coefficients are calculated for radionucleotides that are not directly studied in these observational investigations. So it was a bit unclear how the epidemiologic analyses are linked back to biokinetic and the dosimetry models here. So that I think needs some further explanation. And then this has been belabored now quite extensively. I think we had the same problems with section 7.10. It does describe the various sources of uncertainty in the risk model coefficients. It mentions everything, but the discussion here is not really deep enough to allow practitioners to take it to the next step. And there is really more detail needed, and also error propagation of all these various sources of error needs to be discussed, which is really not done in sufficient detail. But I think we just heard a lot about the terminology here, the use of the word uncertainty versus error. I think this needs to be clarified. So, and this gets to this whole section here. Dr. Strayman, I felt maybe not quite as, in contrast to some other panel members, that the examples were absolutely crucial to understanding the report. And I found them extremely helpful. And I actually thought further examples were needed that focus on external exposures. So again, to build up the example section is really going to help people to get to a deeper understanding of what the report is doing. So the examples are crucial and should be expanded. Next slide, please.
Can I ask you a question? You touched on this error propagation. Are you intending to recommend EPA to talk more about error propagation, or it's just a concept?
I don't know to which level of detail this needs to be addressed, but at least it needs to be mentioned, because that's really, or maybe I missed it, but I did not find any useful description of how to pull it all together, all these different sources, and maybe some references might be helpful.
And as David was saying that uncertainty is so difficult to quantify, and the error propagation gets even more complex because we talk about from upstream downstream.
Right.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that, but again, to just not even mention it in the report at all is not sufficient. Again, I'm not asking for we are not asking for prescriptive tabulation of how to do it, but I think the fact that it exists and it needs to be considered to be really incorporated into final estimates, there should be at least something there.
At least address its
At least
limitation, right?
Exactly.
We don't know how to do
Exactly,
that.
and I understand how complex it is.
Yeah. David, quick comment if you think
No,
this
is just a question. So are you saying, so if we will bring in a few details of what we did for the 2007 report, not exactly the same type of thing, but is you basically need some sort of example or just some sort of discussion describing how, well, okay. I'm just asking any clarification of what you think.
That would be definitely very helpful, because right now it's super thin. So anything you can do to flesh this out would be really good.
Okay.
So David, for example, when you say you use different dosimetric measurements, and then the coefficients, the risk coefficient becomes, this much, there's propagation there, although we don't know exactly how it manifested, but you do see the results, right? That might be an example.
Okay.
Okay, next slide, please. And then this is maybe a detail that was also mentioned before. Again, I think we are revisiting many of the points that we already addressed yesterday and today. So clarifying the RAB weights for the weighted dose would be very helpful. In the presentation, it was clear. In the report, this was getting much less attention and clarity. And then another question that I had, and again, I'm a very novel panel member. I was wondering, so we consider everything by race and sex, but I was wondering why cancer incidence and mortality rates are not considered in addition by race or ethnicity, because the data is readily available and we know that they are quite different by races. So for example, my example was Black women. Breast cancer incidence is much lower in Black women than in white women for the same ages. Oops, sorry, there was a sentence that got cut off. But mortality is actually higher in Black women than white women. Again, and we also know that lung cancer incidence is different between the races, and prostate cancer incidence is quite different between Black and white men. So I was just curious why that information that is available is not being considered. So, but I don't know if this is something that could be entertained or maybe commented on. And then a general comment was to make sure that the tables were not always consistent throughout the report. And I think one issue was to make sure that the units that are being used are clear. And for me, it would be helpful also to add an interpretation of the units that are used throughout the report. But again, this is a very nitty-gritty detail. And I'll maybe pass on the microphone to the other people who were helping with addressing this charge question now.
Okay, So thank you, Dr. Pfeiffer. This was a very nice summary. Yeah, I agree with the main points. Yeah, you made this. Yeah, the report is well written. Yeah, that's. But I would like to see more consistency with the terminology and the table formats, as you mentioned. And I just wanted to point out just in two places there is some some statements or quantities which were defined later. One example is like section 1.4, where it says for each of 15 cancer sites, and the cancer sites are listed in the next paragraph. And another example is for the lifetime attributable risk. There are tables with the LAR estimates, and the definition is later in section 7.9. So yeah, that would be good to fix. Other than, yeah, that's all we had. Thank you.
Professor Stram, do you have anything else?
Um,
Mike.
There we go. I have a little bit about the examples. That's actually a different charge question. That's 4.B, 4B.
We're gonna talk about 4B tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. All right. So I'll be first up tomorrow then.
Yeah, any follow-on comments on 4A?
Well, everything I said about vocabulary is a failure to communicate for me. So, in terms of the clarity of the report, if we can't agree on what those words mean, or I don't understand something, that's, so this, arbitrary division into the charge questions means that many of these topics fit in many of them. And so the things that I was confused about in terminology certainly are not clear writing, at least from my point of view.
Well, then maybe we could come up with, in terms of question 4A, maybe there's a few terminologies that EPA needs to have a working definition early on. We don't have to agree 100%, but at least they define this is what we mean. I mean, that might be a practical solution.
Not quite. I mean,
Okay.
mostly yes, but for example, morbidity and incidence is an example where I think they defined it as exchangeable, but I think that's really not appropriate in that specific case.
Yeah.
And there are a few other things where the terms rates and risks are used so interchangeably, and that needs to be sorted a bit better than it is currently.
Okay, Tom, then Eric.
This has been a great discussion. I think one way you all might want to move forward, and instead of trying to figure out on the fly what the exact definition or what was used, what does average mean, instead harness that energy into recommendations that the agency unravel your concerns, bring more clarity to their next document. So just think of a sort of a pragmatic forward approach and tell them what you're saying and put the ball in their court would be one way to handle it.
That makes sense. Eric?
Yes, thank you. I generally agree with all of the comments that Dr. Pfeiffer has summarized. I just wanted to say one or two other little things. To me, reading the document was a bit jarring in that I think it's chapters 3 through 5 are all of the risk estimates, just this table after table after table of numbers. And then it's not until chapter 5 and 6 and 7 that you really start to understand how those numbers were generated. To me, it makes more sense to have those numbers at the back of the book rather than at the front of the book. But that was just my stylistic comment. The other thing that I came up with was I had a lot of questions about why certain citations were used throughout the analyses. And it's not until late in chapter 7 someplace where EPA acknowledges that there are other risks, there are other citations that are more current that should probably be considered in a future version, but that comes very late in the document, and I kept asking myself why are we using this? Why are we using that? So just those comments might help the reader out a little bit to make things a little smoother. Thank you for the chance.
Thank you. Any follow-on comments on 4A? I think we got as a whole, we got a lot of comments on that chart questions, and then maybe at some point we just need to put them together. Erica, do you still have a comment, or just forgot to?
No, that's out. Whoops, excuse me.
Okay, yeah.
There we are. Thank you.
You got extra chance. Well, I guess it's great. Now we have time to revisit three what is it? 3D. And so this is great. So we take care of 4A because Dr. Pfeiffer wouldn't be here tomorrow. And thanks everybody, to particularly Dan, for stopping our momentum for a second. Then we come back to 3D. And remember, whatever we talk is about you, about not about me, and not about anybody. It's about helping EPA, and it's about science. Okay. All right. Let's continue.
So could we have the slides for 3B again and maybe start around slide 11 or 12? Go up, yeah. So one more if you could. Oh no, yeah, back up. 15. Go back a couple more slides, I think. Yeah, one more. We didn't actually get to this. So I'll try and make this clear. So both Bruce Napier and I asked for the cumulative distribution of the Monte Carlo calculation results that were used in FGR 15 on log probability plots. Well, they didn't do them. I would like to see the 18 results that I just learned about from Keith Eckerman on any kind of plot. That's a start in dose reconstruction for Energy Employees Act. You know, we had less than that in many cases to deal with. So I couldn't even tell that these were not Monte Carlo outputs, and neither could Bruce, I think, from this report. So I would like to see some clarification about what these were done. So next slide, and then the one after that. One more. Okay. So from my analysis, you know, which is obviously based on assumption that there was some quantitative risk assessment going on here. So I still don't know if you make this times are divided by statement, then that's true for a median, and but what you need in a risk analysis is the mean. And I would like to point out that the mean was the 83rd percentile in a times are divided by 10. The mean is at the 83rd percentile. You know, there are log normal distributions where the mean is above the 95th percentile. I mean, that's really bad when that happens. But anyway, so obviously we misunderstood that these were not the results of Monte Carlo calculations. So you can ignore that. Next slide, please. Okay, well, this is all the same thing. Average uptake of an adult may be established within a factor of 5. You know, average within a factor of 5? Hey, somebody show me where that's possible. That just is a nonsense statement. The average within a factor of 5, and you've seen my And we have, uncertainty factor is introduced on 191, and that reminded me of the scattering factor in the Eurodose documents that I encountered at my workplace. So those are log normals. And so there's all this stuff that, that just really does have to be resolved. I don't know how you can make a statement like the one on the very top of this. Average uptake in an adult can maybe establish within a factor of 5. An average within a factor of 5. I dare you to show me any kind of distribution where that could be true. Any kind. So this is just listing where I had trouble with those. Next slide, please. So this is not charge question 3B exactly. This is what 4 of the 7 of us thought about how these uncertainties can be used. And Dr. Avdantila says it would be useful for potential users of this report if the authors provided some insights on how to utilize the information on uncertainties. And Bruce Napier says more explicit characterization of the classifications A to E in terms of geometric standard deviations. Well, dream on, Bruce. I mean, I would have loved to see the same thing. The discussion isn't adequate. The reference to Paul et al. 2007 didn't satisfy my questions, but then I misunderstood all along. I assumed that this had been the result of a quantitative risk analysis or a quantitative uncertainty analysis, and it wasn't. And then finally, the uncertainty categories A through E cannot be used in uncertainty propagation if the risk coefficients are used in any further modeling calculations. This would seem to be a great disservice to those who will use the coefficients and is far from state-of-the-art treatment of uncertainty. So that's just one guy's opinion, but I don't know how anybody at any of the federal agencies that are in the executive branch that EPA is supposed to inform about radiation, how could DOE use those uncertainty categories? How could anybody who is looking at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, how could they use these and these uncertainties? And so I think there was pretty much consensus that 4 of the 7 of us thought enough about this to write that down. So with that, I believe that's the last slide. Is there one more? Let's see if there's another slide. Okay, well, thank you for the extra 9 minutes. And there's a lot of other members on the committee. There's 6 others who got opinions that could be expressed now.
I think this is a great discussion. I think it comes down to the point that these are valid points. These are good questions, either for EPA to clarify or EPA think about how do we move forward. So it's our job to make some actionable recommendations and raise a good question for EPA to clarify. I mean, we're not in a position to tell them what to do, right? We tell them that this is where we don't understand, this is where the confusion is, and this is where the lack of evidence or lack of communication.
So anybody else? We've got Maya. You got anything to add?
No, I think everything was quite clear.
Okay, Harry?
I guess the intent of those uncertainty classifications is not to be able to use them in propagation of error. I mean, or in quantitatively in a risk analysis. I think the intent is just to have some sense of how accurate or how precise the risk analysis might be, and to just do the analysis with the coefficient, and how much stock you can put in it depends on the size of those uncertainty classifications. But I agree that the higher classifications are pretty horrifying in terms of the presumed spread of the potential true values.
I believe that David Powell would agree. That's exactly what he told me when I talked with him a month or so ago. So thank you. Who's next here?
Dr. Simon is in the hand raised.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Hope you can hear me all right. I'm in the car at the moment. I think that we need to state clearly to EPA, at least this is the way I would state it, is that I don't think this can be solved in the short run. This is much too complex, and we brought up much of the complexity about it. So I think we need to propose to them that they come back with a strategy for solving it, not for the answer, but for a strategy to solve it. Because it's going to take a lot more effort. They will have to decide, do they want to do, can they do a quantitative uncertainty analysis? If not, what would replace that? Because as it stands now, if you were a user, you wouldn't really know what to do with these coefficients. You wouldn't know what to conclude. You wouldn't know with what degree of safety was being ensured by these, because you just don't really know what they represent in terms of a quantile on any kind of distribution. It's just not provided. So we need to alert them to this. This is what I think, and ask them to propose a strategy for solving it rather than to propose the answer. Thank you.
I mean, I'm not qualified to really weigh in on the content, but I'm here to help the peer review go along. And as described there, the purpose of the feedback and what might be helpful for EPA, I think those were some wise statements. And as you come together on this really complicated topic, I think Steve just kind of showed the way a little bit about how to boil that down into something that's useful for EPA. And I encourage y'all to think like that.
Mark, do you have anything to add? You are on 3B. Microphone? I don't know. I thought I saw something in there. Let's go. Let's search.
So Mark, if you could go on microphone too. Thank you.
And Bruce Napier?
While Mark is looking, I did tend to take them a little bit more like Harry did as kind of examples of how fuzzy these things are. And it's sort of what led me to my question about, why separating water from food. I'm not going to insist on that, but this is what got me there. So yeah, I did sort of assume that it meant they were log normal rather than just some other strange distribution.
And come back, Dr. Sabatzka. Do you have anything to add?
I don't have anything to add, but I did really like a proposal by Dr. Simon, how to proceed.
Sorry, I'm just tracking back my comments now. I think my comments have already been dealt with on 3B. They were maybe it's it related to the limitations, the data and sources of uncertainty, and it was the stuff we were talking about earlier about selection effects and also transfer of risk across populations. So it's been dealt with. We've already discussed it. I mean, just to throw another spanner into this whole discussion that Dan raised. I mean, I think that there's a lot of different terms used by different bodies, and some of them, as you know, have been going on for a long time. I mean, so for example, in particular, the notion of random versus systematic error, which crops up in repeatedly, and well, we've addressed it to some extent in this NCRP commentary that Harry and I and various others have done. So yeah, the way these two terms are used is, I think, sometimes confusing. And so, well, there are some people, for example, that identify a systematic error with the Bergson component of a shared Bergson error, but the NCRP committee that examined this, we did not do that. We thought that was too restrictive. Yeah, so it's there's a lot of people probably, and that probably includes us, who've been using these terms incorrectly or well inconsistently. I think did I send you the NCRP commentary, Dan? Yeah, I mean maybe I don't know whether you had any thoughts on what was said there, but yeah. So anyway, we tried to at least clarify those two terms, random and systematic, in some sort of hopefully not too random way. And apply them to the problems that have arisen in analysing and correcting for dose error or dosimetric uncertainty, depending on how you use the terminology.
Yeah, we considered a systematic error to be. We considered a systematic uncertainty to be one with a non-zero bias, and not one with a shared uncertainty, but one with a non-zero bias.
Yeah.
I would encourage you to look at the discussion of systematic and random errors in the guide to the expression of uncertainty and measurement. Now, granted, we're limiting this to measurements, not modeling, and lots of other things we do. But they point out that the GUM does not use those anymore. And the reason is that random errors become systematic depending on how they're used. Random uncertainties become systematic depending on how they're used. The discussion is quite cogent and the task is settled. And so the guide to the expression of uncertainty and measurement talks about type A and type B uncertainty assessments. Type A are those that are amenable to statistical analysis. Type B are those that are not. So type B would be some, yeah, Bruce just plucked something out of the air. That was perfect, the pluck out of the air. But there are other things, conventionally true values that are used or agreed on things that could have lots of random error until a number is pulled out of that random distribution and then it becomes systematic. So that discussion, at least in metrology, and I know that that's not the whole world, but I found that very refreshing to have this very rigorous terminology. So anyway, I look forward to that NCRP commentary. It's 181, I think it was?
It's commentary 34.
34, commentary 3.
It's about to hit the press.
All right, yes.
You see the copy anyway.
All right, it sounds like this group still have some work to do in terms of writing. And I wonder if the EPA would have any clarification presentation tomorrow based upon our discussion today. If you do, then that'll be the first item, agenda item for you. And David, do you still have anything to say before we end the session for this afternoon?
I'll keep it really, really brief. When Harry mentioned what the intention of our uncertainty analysis was, actually, what I tried to do is I tried to give a thumbs up. Okay, that was perfect. We're just trying to give some sort of idea how far the estimates how far the projections could be off.
Right, okay.
That was it. But for now, I think I'll let everybody go.
All right, great, thanks. All right, last call for any comments, brief, and we are about 10 minutes over our schedule. It's not that bad. Oh,
just one
Dr.
quick,
Wang, okay.
maybe for Director
Okay.
Brennan or Dr. Wong.
Dr. Wang, okay.
Not me. From my past experience with the Marsden panel and the SAB, we are working on prioritized recommendation according to different tier, right? So the tier 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
So basically, whatever, the panel decide can be put in that category.
Yeah.
Will that be a similar practice
Yes.
for this one?
Yes. Yeah. When we make a recommendation, think about whether it's a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3. Okay. All right. All right. Without further, I'll turn to Diana. You make the call.
Okay, so we have a very productive meeting today. It turns out better than expected. Because you reach consensus on quite a few charge questions, which I don't expect to have consensus. So that is good sign, very good sign. So for tomorrow's schedule, we have follow-up section in the morning. So I would encourage EPA to make use of the opportunity to address some of the questions raised, especially during the uncertainty discussion, because you have the summary slides from Dr. Strong. So what are the key points? There are a lot of questions raised. So if you can try to answer those questions, so that will be make the panel's job to write up the response to question a lot easier. So tomorrow is the last day of the meeting. So that is your last opportunity before the meeting ends, right? To address some of these questions raised. So will you be able to do that? Maybe David especially, he's a key person.
Yeah, we can talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
And go over Dr. Strong's slide because there's quite a few questions raised in his summary slides. So that will make their job easier in writing up the.
I could try to go ahead and answer Dan's question. Okay, I could try to do that.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So I put you guys on the agenda for tomorrow morning, first thing in the morning. Okay. And then for the panel, you only have 2 more charge questions to answer. That is 4B and 4C. And then you're done with responding to all the charge questions. And then I'll give you instructions on how to do the report.
Great.
Okay, so that is our agenda for tomorrow. It looks like we can finish early tomorrow.
I have a question. There were a lot of editorial comments that weren't answers to charge questions.
Okay.
So how do we keep from
for the
losing those? I
report,
think they're
let me
valuable.
Explain the procedure. For the editorial comments, we put them in the appendix. There is a section in the appendix, especially for editorial comments, because obviously we don't have time to go through all these editorial comments, but we do want to include them in the panel report. So we'll put them in the appendix. So is that clear? Okay, so if there is no more question, I'm going to call recess for today and we convene the meeting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So see you tomorrow.
Well, if any panel members want to go out for dinner